Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Everyone always keep falling in love again. The fuck's wrong with them? I don't understand. Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done. I'ma drink at this place. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? If I had an option to be someone else, I would, and let go of you. I know that I'm obvious, fuck it, I'm made this way. But why didn't I stay when I had the chance? Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done in my drink at this pace. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? The only one that's left in the rain. The only one that's left in the rain. Am I the only one? 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 Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? Doesn't matter where we go and destination unknown. I don't care where the motor stops, cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. Look around, where's the people at? I want a taste of the good life. Hit me with it, right now I'm in it. Cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. Say, yeah, Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. It's 2 a.m. when we close the bar, but we're in the get-go. Next place, give me some more. I could dance with you beneath the stars, cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want you. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, cause right now I'm in it. I feel kinda dizzy when I'm staring at you. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know stops when you move like that, yeah. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, 'cause right now I'm in it. Yeah, I'm fucking in it. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah. Cincinnati, baby. Cincinnati, baby. I said it's Cincinnati, baby. It's Cincinnati, baby.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot. Turning it on and off, we've been sliding. Riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun, with a light your fire. I've been flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invincible at last. Fueling every engine. maybe we're invincible. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. I've been flying to make you believe. With my heart like the drive, we do what we want, but we're not free. With our hearts on hyperdrive.
Hello, chatto. We're back, and it is Thursday. Coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK, we still have 8 teams in Europe, of course, and a very strong chance of getting all 8 of them through to the next round of their various different European competitions. In other news, there's a B-rated player, allegedly, in our youth intake. Will they be dog shit? Will they be good? All that and more will be discovered today, coming up on Building a Nation with MTK. And we're dancing. Jagged dancing. I'm a real hoot at weddings. Ah. Oh, bloody hell. I'm not used to not having a pillow behind my head. That nearly threw me there. I was like, why is no back chair? Ah. It's good times. And I put a video out. Look at me go. Dancing is... The word dancing is the dancing in the room with us right now. Pinocchio stripper. It never have truer words been spoken. I will say that. So it happened to other people. That's true. That's a good... I mean, it can't be any worse than the... Yes, I fell down a rabbit hole. You know, I'd rather do it dancing than falling down a rabbit hole / jumping over a gate / just don't know these days. One of these days we'll figure it out, eh? But for the moment, touch wood, it's not too bad today. It's not awful. So that's good. I think it just basically gets worse throughout stream as I move my elbows around and start to, like, type and... You know what I'm like. I can't sit still for very long. It is a bit Beatrix Potter. It's a bit more Alice in Wonderland, I'd have thought, really. That seems to be the current hypothesis on how the injury came about, was just a full-on Alice in Wonderland. I reckon the Mad Hatter bit me. Don't know how. Bit my foot and somehow that's affected my shoulder, but man's venomous. Man's venomous. Hey, Zanko, it's going good. How is your Building a Nation save going, my friend? I saw someone on Twitter had managed to get to third with Hungary, which is pretty impressive. It's a slog, this whole Building a Nation malarkey, but I'm still very much enjoying it, particularly with the way things have been going in Europe the last couple of years. Like, right now, this is mad, frankly. from the Rabot, I like it. Either it's a French Rabot, or maybe a Rabot. What a Rabbi Rabbit. No, we're not going down that hook. We're not going down there at all. Emu with the gifted sub to the Mad Hatter. Thank you, Daddy, for the gifted sub. Also, that reminds me, while we're here, of course, Adept, thank you for the follow during the intro. Salty Scotsman, thank you for the 20 months. And Evil Postman Pat, thank you very much for the 10 months. I'm starting to wonder if that's just Bill's alt account. The 2 postmen fighting each other to who can deliver the most. Oh. I don't think I've ever really lost motivation with this save. Even last year, when we had that awful turn of events, I reckon if it wasn't for the back pain, I'd have just been laughing the whole thing off like the rest of us were. Outside of Europe, I wouldn't. Is basically how I would go about doing it. I would go about doing it by not doing it. But if I genuinely had to, it depends. It would vary heavily on what nation you're doing and what continent they're on, because different nations have different rules regarding coefficient, and some of them don't even have like a coefficient setup. So Africa, we know, does have a coefficient setup, although it is janky AF. Like, severely janky. We're not really sure even how it works, because we did experience it a little bit with African Adventure. I assume anywhere that has a Champions League has a kind of coefficient system set up to. I imagine Asia has got one as well. Oceania probably too. I just don't know about South America, honestly. Pierluigi, thank you very much for the 4 months. Oh, welcome back, Thomas. Lovely to see you, Rabbit Matondo. Coefficient-wise. Oh, let's see. Hang on, let me get off of this for a second. Right. See how it's cracking. Hey, 12th already. What season is this? I mean, that is a big step. The thing you're in a situation now with, Zanko, is, right? If you could start putting down more of these types of seasons, you'll see just how unbelievably fast you'll shoot up. Because if you can get 12, just on average, right? That's like 60 points over 5 years, and suddenly you're right up into the top 7, or certainly on the cusp of the top 7 really, really quickly. Did my GCSE results go? My GCSE results went so well. No, they didn't. I had terrible GCSE results, if I remember correctly, which I don't, which is probably part of the problem. Hey, Skyfall. Scout report still says as player scouted, right? So basically, the way that I use the discard thing, although I use it less now, is the idea was the main reason I use it is because it stops you from getting reports about them again unless you specifically request the player, which will happen, of course, if you're using my scouting method sometimes. But also, it cancels any existing scouting that is currently undergoing on that player. So say they're on like a 4-week scout, and you get a report through it 1 week, and you think, they're a bit shit. If you discard it there, in theory, provided FM's working correctly, it should just cancel the report and save your scouts some time. I haven't had to worry about it so much this year because the scouting method we're using doesn't focus on huge clumps of players, and as a result, I'm not always as asked about whether I see a player again, like in terms of, because I know I will most of the time, right? Holy shit, stuff. That's insanely impressive. A-star in computing would have fixed the camera. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, my computing, I mean, I did computing at A level, and it was like, I think I got a D. It wasn't spectacular. I wasn't extremely focused. When I focused, I could do just fine, but I just, like, I was developing an app for golf that would basically, you tell it certain information and it would tell you what club to use and certain things about it based on, it was like basic sort of shit. But yeah, I'm always getting the D, all of those things. One in the video. Oh. It should do, Dillaphant. Now, it will depend on it's not actually 2nd of June that's the key date. The key date is 28 days before the loan expires. So in our league, the loans expire on the 30th. Sometimes. Although I have checked, this year they actually all do expire on the 30th, so that seems to have evened itself out now. But you basically have to count back for 4 weeks from when the loans expire. So if it is the 30th of June, then the 2nd of June should be the correct date, but there could be all sorts of other things. Computing app. So, well, yeah, I mean, I did... ICT was what you got for GCSEs, and then I could do computing in A level, which obviously I wanted to do, but yeah, just couldn't seem to focus right. Aqua's got have sensors and app. Wow, shit. Yeah, I mean, bear in mind, this was in 2007. I was planning this, so this wasn't even an app so much as because obviously this is prior to the days of smartphone apps, but this was supposed to be something that could be on like a handheld computer, essentially, some kind of like small pocket device. That was what I was building at the time, but I just couldn't focus because it was just such an ambitious project to be doing for computing A levels, right? It was a bit too ambitious, I might say. Oh dear. Surveillance does nice. Still a problem with the loan surveillance. Yeah, I just don't know why. I think it could vary from country to country as well, Zanko. I think one of the benefits we've got with Hungary is because there's just no transfer preferences at all, they just will take anybody. It's great, frankly. Which... Shut up, Himmos. God damn it. All the levels. I got to level 10. Beat the final boss, which was just a fat bloke. Turns out it was me. Oh. Decided by goal scored. You think that's fun? The one that really shook things up for me was football with the league tables decided by yellow and red cards. That's the one that truly blew my mind. There's something in that, in the Premier League, with the table decided by red and yellow cards, that is absolutely unbelievable. But I won't say it in the stream because I don't want to spoil the video. You can. Capitalism, yeah. One of the things that you can... One of the things we set up with the multi-save is that exact factor. Now, of course... With Hungary, we didn't have that problem because Hungary actually doesn't have any transfer preferences by default, and it's one of the few leagues in Europe that doesn't have them, so we didn't even have to touch that, and it's one of the reasons I was drawn to Hungary in the first place, basically. As for the multi-database as well, before we get stuck in, because today we can be a bit more laissez-faire and a bit more free-flowing with our plans because we don't have to get through the set specific games. We have certain games we want to get through, but we should with plenty of time to spare. But... Yeah, so the multi-database testing. Also, Hadrian wanted me to thank you, and I obviously want to thank you as well. Those of you that helped us with the database testing yesterday, Hadrian said he was literally expecting like a couple of messages, and the fact that like so many people have been helping sim the database, testing the things, checking for the finances, that allows Hadrian to make those little tweaks, and allows him to send databases onto me so I can test for things like speed. It's been really, really awesome. So thank you so much for that. We both massively appreciate it. It's been really, really fun. In the middle of all that as well, Well, that's one of the things in the new vid, Scott. There's 6 different permutations, so there's actually 6 different simulations as part of the video. So I've changed a different set of rules in each one of the simulations. That way we get a little bit... I was going to do them one by one, but I thought, nah, fuck it, we'll just do all 6 in one video. It'll be way more fun for people that way. Oh, thank you. Hang on, let me try and see if I get this right. Zillator, welcome in, my friend. That was a fun video to do. I'd like to do another one at some point with another creator. Maybe one more before the end of the cycle, or just start FM24 with a big one or something like that. With wages, like real players, 1 pay a week. I don't know if that would make much difference, like, because then essentially the economy of the league wouldn't change all that much over a single season, and if you do the whole score you get released thing, it's just the same video basically. However, I am going to definitely do one where you get booked or red card as you get released, because that would essentially be the opposite of the score one, where all of a sudden there'll be goals galore because all the defenders are the ones being released and not the strikers. And if anything, it'd be even worse because more players will get released, because generally speaking there's more cards in a game than there are bookings. Yeah, Clates would be a really fun one for the agent video. Well, we basically wanted to see if the extra leagues we were adding, i.e. the youth leagues that are going to be fully... So basically, to just fill you guys in, because obviously some of you won't have seen this, the Malta database that's being built is actually going to have fully functioning reserve under 21 and under 19 leagues for all the divisions properly, so that the youth players get a chance to properly develop, essentially. But obviously, with those extra leagues being loaded, does come a slowdown. So far, we've worked it to being about 13%, which is not bad, frankly. Honestly, not bad. Clates LI6 confirmed. Agent Clates. One other thing. Do you know on the last stream I mentioned about the idea that I'd sort of seen a little bit about how you could pre-program regens to spawn in saves using an EDT file. So I did a little bit of research yesterday while I was running a simulation, and I found a post that basically explains how not only can you add regens, you can add detailed regens to the game using an EDT file. So basically you can tell it, I want this regen to spawn on this date at this club with this hairstyle, or not hairstyle, hair color, ethnicity, date of birth, favorite club, height, weight, preferred position, CAPA, all that stuff. You can program that into the game using an EDT file. So one of the things I'm probably going to do for FM24 for the start of the multi-save anyway is have when I revamp the whole Patreon thing to make it better, because we're going to be doing like early videos, all this sort of jazz. That's going to be one of the perks, to have a regen in the multi-save basically. And once we get the whole set up, then I'll have them spawn randomly throughout the entire save. So I think that'd be really, really fun. So people could be in the save and actually have like not just a random character, rather one that they've created essentially using those requirements. So I think that'd be really, really fun. Vibing with the Maltese team. What do you mean by vibing? Because Sirens is pretty much the one, I would say. Move clubs of the nation. I think that's been done to death, Bagpuss. If you look on YouTube, you'll see hundreds of, well, not even hundreds, but like enough videos of that specific requirement. The training schedule you use, it is the EBFM ones, so Max's evidence-based football manager ones. I don't have a link set up for it specifically at the moment, but that's the situation. What I'd probably do, Paolo, is because obviously this can only be done pre-save. We did test it. We can't make it work live. So once the save started, you can't then you can't amend the file and have more players spawn. You can only let it spawn the ones that start at the beginning. But what you can do is set their date of birth so that they stagger throughout the save. So what I would do is basically, yeah, it's basically facing the game, but our own version, as Hibbo said, it's facing the game with blackjack and hookers. So that's going to be fun. But what I'll do is I'll put up a proper video about this closer to the time, so that everyone wants to get in on that can before the save starts, and then I'll just basically randomize them and randomize their date of birth so that they spawn like an even number per year, because obviously there's going to be clusters at certain clubs and we don't want to go for anyone else. The stream should be fine, basically. At the moment, anyway, I'm not seeing any drops so far. Bengal Costa with their 26 months. How are you, my friend?
It's kind of unfair to say that they don't use the metric system in the United States, since they use 9mm in school all the time. I've ran out of good things to say, so enjoy the dark side of my brain.
That was a good thing to say. Red card for you, my friend. You need to sit down. Hello, Pog. Yeah, it's exactly how they... I didn't realize that this is how they do it for retro databases. Someone mentioned that on the last stream, and I couldn't really understand how that worked. But to get the regens to spawn at the correct date, I didn't realize it was possible, basically. It was really, really fun. So, yeah, that's what we're probably going to do. And it's really easy to set up to. Hello, Pog. How's it going? It's, yeah, that's going to be a nice little perk. The main reason, though, is because I realised that, like, obviously the Patreon's kind of been completely neglected this year, which is understandable because it's a completely different style of content. But I want to be able to offer things like people get the videos as soon as they're ready, the proper perks. But I'm also going to drop the prices right down. So there's one tier and it's just $5, and that's just everything. Just, you know what I mean? Just like a 5 flat thing that's it. And you just get all the stuff rather than having any like elevated tiers. I think that would be more mentionable. Was that you, Paul? Yeah, it definitely makes sense. The race research. Oh, yes, it did, Basil. Actually, you got me down a rabbit hole with that. So I ended up 50k now. No, not yet. I'm on 47.4, I think, which is pretty close. Might get it by the end of the cycle. We'll have to see. But yeah, so I ended up... the race looks really good. It's only €45 to enter, so I'm probably going to go Malta next February. I already asked Pog, and she's down for it. Go for the weekend, do the half marathon on Sunday, explore. Pray to God that Sirens are playing that weekend on the Saturday, maybe. That's going to be the plan, hopefully, provided we can sort out accommodation and flights. But flights are really cheap to Malta in February. It's like 50 quid for a... No, there will be no Maltese rabbit holes. It's fine. It's a road race. There's no issues for me. I'll be totally fine. Maybe. I don't know. I'll find one. If there is a rabbit hole in Malta, I will find it. So I guess to catch you up, the one thing that pretty much happened off stream was obviously Kishvarda had their last game in the Conference League, which they did in fact win, I believe. Yes, they won away at Sheriff Tiraspol. Not enough to get them into the knockouts, though, guaranteed. So, well, they are going to be, you know what I mean? So they're only going to be 11th, which means they're not actually going to be guaranteed progression. And I have a big concern. I have a very, very large concern. And that is that they're going to draw Leicester in the knockouts. That first round. I could just totally see them drawing Leicester and then Leicester going on and winning it out of nowhere. Because Leicester have not been very good. They've only beaten Linfield and Victoria Pilsen. They've drawn with Kishvarda and Sheriff Tiraspol. And they've also been beaten at home by Austria Lustenau. Who... Now, obviously, I feel like Kishvarda are definitely better than them. But it'll just be a cup game. I don't know, honestly. But it is a... As far as I know, the league runs like normal league. It's a... Same as everybody else. But there is only 23 league games. So... The likelihood of it falling on that weekend is pretty unlikely. Well, I'm hoping not, Shabika. I really am hoping not, but you just never can tell. I think we're in a better spot this year because of the Champions League. So Ferencváros are top of the Champions League. Kekshmet are in there too. Haladash are there. Zirmot might be 12th, but they do have really tough games. I don't know if they even do stuff like that, honestly. Same side of the draw. No, this is the thing. Hang on, wait. No, so Leicester will not be on the same side of the draw. Kishvarda will be on this side of the draw, so top 16. Leicester will be on the bottom side of the draw, which means they can get there. No, we don't have we only have Hungary loaded. There's no other leagues because we have the players turned on, so it saves this. It saves us from having to have the other leagues loaded, and it means that we still get loads of regens from those nations, and the clubs will have fully fresh squads, but we don't have to worry about the fixtures, basically. Yeah, Ferencváros are top of the Champions League. Oh, I realise for those who missed last stream, that's going to sound ridiculous to you, but that's the thing that's actually happened. To Malta. Honestly, what it was either Malta or Georgia. And I think with Malta for me, it was they're really low down in the rankings. They're down there with your San Marinos, Andorras, Wales as well. But I feel like it's one that doesn't get as much attention as Andorra, San Marino, Wales. So I felt like it'd be a fun one to do, basically, and a really fun place to visit. But yeah, so Ferencváros are top of the Champions League. Depends on which type you're looking. Honestly, I have several different videos about this exact thing. So there's a method where you're scouting all the national team squads of the youth national teams, which is ! scouting, I think. We've got one where you do team reports around the world, which is what we're currently using, which is ! team report, I think. We've also got one for Belgian amateurs, if you want to find some ridiculously good players there. There's a lot of different methods. But you should just be able to find the videos fairly easily by scrolling through my videos on the channel, I think. There was one in April, which was the most recent one we've been doing anyway. Ah, yes, Gore. So Frankie Morgore was actually who alerted me to the old regen thing, and it actually works on Xbox too, which is how this whole thing came about, basically. So that's good to know that you can actually do that on Xbox too. So if you want to add your own regens to your save files on Xboxes, you can actually do that as well. And I assume it works on PS2. Sorry, PS as well. It doesn't work on PS2, chat. Let me just say this right now. It doesn't work on PS2. So the reason they still have real faces, Zillator, is because of the Z-Gen pack, which is Xbox 2 Electric Boogaloo, which is basically AI-generated faces that look like real people, and then they get replaced. So to add bookmarks, you do Control-D. So any page you want to be on, so this random chap here, you just go on it and do Control-D and it'll add a bookmark. If you have the skin, it will show up down here as well. I never had a Sega. My mate had a Sega My mate had a Dreamcast. Only person I ever knew, he had a Dreamcast, which was fun. To a game, yeah, get it on Game Boy Color. In the middle of a save. The Z-Gen thing does, yes. In fact, that's the only way it can work is in the middle of a save. You have to keep updating it whenever you run the software whenever you want, and it'll update the faces that don't already have them. So when the new players come through, you can... there's a whole tutorial about it in Zealand's video. Extra. Yeah, just don't do that, Kyoto. You'll be... Or do. Like, you know what? I'm not your mum. Do what you like, right? Leagues played in so other teams don't play natural ground. Ah! You say that, Matt. But that's no longer the case because Hadrian, the superhero himself, has actually gone through and added the real stadiums to the database for every single one of the Maltese teams based on their longitude and latitude as well. So we're actually making it as realistic as physically possible. Not just with our own fantasy stuff, we're actually building like a realistic Maltese database so that people that want to just play on a default database with Malta actually will be able to as well. So Maltese fans will actually have something genuinely awesome and in theory quite realistic to play on for the most part. So that's the plan with that basically. So Homerson, thank you very much for the follow. So the stadiums have already been sorted out for that, which is, yeah, it's incredible. Also, Matt, if you do want to help with the testing of it, let me know in Discord, and I can add you to this special Discord channel that has like the private access to all the databases and stuff. Who beat MTK? No, it was, yeah, it was Man U. We lost to Man U. Very frustrating one. We weren't that bad. It happens, right? But we won the other 5. So anyway, we should probably play a game, right? We've just been cutting about, chatting for the last 20 minutes, like clucking hens, the rest of us. When you go in Feb... Oh, really? In real life? Oh, shit. Regardless, I'm just hoping that Sirens are playing a game that weekend because obviously Malta's small enough that I could travel to wherever the game would be on the Saturday if it is on the Saturday. To Malta, it is Saturday matches in Malta, right? It's not one of these leagues that's like, hey, all our games are Friday because Ireland does that. But that's because of the precedence of like GAA, I think, right? Wage, no, I'm going to try and sort something out for him at the start of FM24. I'm already getting him FM24, but I will be trying to sort something else out because this is, I know he likes doing it, but you know, it's a lot of work and you downplays it sometimes. And Adrian, if you see this in the VOD, we really do appreciate you. I appreciate everyone that's ever helped me with anything in this, like be it thumbnails, be it helping out with stuff for the Christmas quiz, being a mod in the channel and occasionally having to ban someone. It's just, I really, really do appreciate it. Senile Owl! Is this a Roy Hodgson dig? It can't be, surely. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're well. So when I say fantasy elements, I just mean that we've sort of optimized it for building a nation saves, i.e. transfer preference is gone, the rules around player registration is gone, but we've implemented the Norwegian loan system to make it harder, so it kind of balances out a little bit. So it won't be exactly to realism with that, but the teams and stadiums and stuff will be, which will be more realistic than the original database, because it's not even in it, is it, right?
Bring on the Flügelhelmheimler!
That is odd, actually, Bill. And I don't know why. We'd have to ask Nyman about that. XD Tricks, thank you very much for the follow. Right, so that's the squad. It's already set up. We're ready to go. Hello, Dan. Thoughts on the Mitrovic sale, Dan? I haven't spoken to you since. The Norwegian loan system basically... I just call it that. I think other leagues have this too. But by default, when you loan a player out, they are not allowed to play against the parent club unless you specifically set it in the contract. And with a loan farm the size of ours, that's a pain in the arse. And you can't really get it to default properly through the dev center, even if you set it there. However, in Norway, players that you loan out have to be allowed to play against you. So we implemented that loan system in this league, for example. And we're going to do the same in Malta, which means that every player we loan out is allowed to play against us by default. And it just saves a lot of hassle. But it does make it a lot harder because the squads you come up against are going to be a lot better because they're full of your players. We don't want a situation where, like we had in Ireland, where Dundalk had to play greyed out players against us because they couldn't field any of their loanees against us. It has, Scott, because it's allowed us to prep it on FM23, basically. Blaz, yeah, absolutely. I will do that for you right now. There he is, in all his glory. So basically, the idea, Christian, is essentially because we're only messing with Malta, it shouldn't mess with two of the other things, and it will just require a little bit of testing and stuff once the full game is released and the editor is then out. That's the plan, anyway. Do better than the Scottish one. Is it Villa they're playing? Was that last night or tonight? I swear I saw that Hibs were playing against Villa. I might have even been last night, actually. Oh, the save carryover thing has been a dream. Got lost 5-0. Oh, God. That's entirely expected, given that this was the Hibs side that did they not lose to an Andorran side? Watkins hat-trick, hey. Good for him, I suppose. Ooh, that's an oofy. That is an oofy. Hang on, I was just going to reply something else and I forgot what it was. Sirens mascot, don't know that, unfortunately. But let's be honest, if it ain't a mermaid, I'm not interested. We'll make our own mascot with blackjack and mermaids. That's what I mean. I think they did clap them in the second leg, but even so, then again, Celtic lost to a team from Gibraltar a few years ago, didn't they? When I first saw that it was Interclub Descaldes, I was like, I recognise that name. And I thought, no, they can't be from Andorra. They must be from, like, maybe, I don't know. I couldn't imagine where it could be. And then it just was. Thomas Koopman, thank you for the 23 months, my friend. I hope you are having a wonderful day. Oh, shit.
Good job, Matt. Finally home with my broken ankle and not stuck at my parents' house anymore.
I guess there's something to be said for that. How's the ankle coming along? What do you say? Yeah, I suppose, really. I think we haven't really... was lines. No, we had to switch teams, unfortunately, because of Twitch. Genuinely because of Twitch. It's remarkable to say it, but basically, Twitch wouldn't let us use the name of the club in chat, so we had to switch teams. What a weird sentence to say out loud. No, oh no, he's definitely not a replacement. I don't even think he was supposed to be a replacement, though, Dan. I'm curious to see who we do go and get. Hilarious, you were able to say that time, Thomas, but we just couldn't trust it to be consistent enough. They might have sorted it now, but we're kind of down the Sirens route. Also, it turns out Nashar Lions are ass. Like, they've been relegated on every single simulation I've done with the test airbase so far. Yeah, literally, it's just showed up 3 times without any modding today, which is just hilarious. Watch them fix it now. I mean, to be fair, if they do fix it, then I'm willing to... We haven't settled on that specifically yet. Sirens was just a... There you go. So now that you've... See, this is the thing. When you say lions attached to it, basically the problem is we keep having to add it plus another word to auto mod, and you can't really keep doing that. As it just censored you saying the full team name. And there you go again. See, look. Literally the same exact phrase, and it's just like, no, you've just allowed this, but I'm going to decide that you're not allowed to allow this. We might just change the name to NASCAR Lions, because that's what I was going to call them anyway. Strangeness. No, neither do I, Dan. Some of the players we've been linked with do not fill me with confidence, I'll be honest. I trust them to get it done, but they do need to get it done soon. Because clearly we knew that Mitro was leaving, and presumably that means our recruitment team would have been working hard to find, if not a replacement, a player that can play as a striker. Right? Even if we don't want, like, a direct replacement, and I'd honestly rather we didn't. I think we need to sort of maybe change our style slightly. I love they have a guy called Mace up front. If this guy ever saw a bear in the woods, the bear would fuck off immediately. Also, they've got Patrick Heck. Castani, we have been linked with him a lot. Hey, Mick. Curse doesn't appear. Oh, Jesus. That is... I've never seen that issue before, unfortunately. Only Balogun. I think Balogun's been linked with much bigger clubs than Fulham. Like, would I take him? Yes, but would I want us to be splashing shitloads of cash on him? Probably not. You signed a Blard. Oh, sorry, a Blardate. Wait, on a permanent? That's a price. Or is this a loan? Because I feel weird if we'd have let him go on loan. I was going to say, I don't think we'd have got rid of Terry that easily. He's one of the sort of quite highly rated youngsters we've got, along with Diffuser Roll. Or the Fig Rolls, as I've been calling him. Lukaku on Deadeye. Luke, imagine that. Oh, speaking of imagining, Durin's just imagined us a goal inside 10 seconds. The perfect start. Controller... Oh, yes. Great shout. So, that's a good point. When I play Slay the Spire, I have to unplug my controller because it doesn't let me use the cursor properly if I have a controller plugged in. That's a great finish from Blaz. I think this is the year that he actually does get to 50. Janos is looking much better. Over the last few matches of last stream, especially, he actually started to score, like, regularly in the rotation matches, as well as, but not just from penalties, like, actually legitimate goals. That must be pretty much up there, I'd say. It might have even been 10 when it hit the net. But I'll show you Janos in a minute, because he has actually started to do really well. I think he's got like 6 goals and 7 assists this season so far, in 15 matches, from the start, that is. Which is a really good amount for a young player who's slowly developing. Also, I think he's going to be in the next Hungary squad, because he's been watched by the Hungary manager at every game that he's come to so far. And that's a really good sign, particularly as he's never even been in the youth teams for the national team. I'd love to see him make that step. Kevin Slice, thank you very much for the follow. If you were a rapper, would you be K-Slice? I'm just putting that out there, but I do appreciate that. Oh yeah, the button could get worked a lot today. There's no doubt about it, particularly as it didn't really get used much for the whole first part of last stream.
Oh, this isn't where
Jacko, thank you for the follow. Dynamic Herb. That sounds like a weed strain that you'd get specifically in Southern California. For some reason. Yeah, no, he's really stepping it up. You'll take it. Excellent. No. Oh my god. You're welcome, Kevin. When your rap career takes off, thank us on the sleeve of the album cover. Do people still do album cover sleeves? Hey, look, Shakhtar are beating Haladash. That's fun and definitely not annoying in any way. Where are Ferencváros? Oh, they're hosting. Do you know, a single point for Ferencváros would be pretty much guaranteed qualification at this stage. Kevin Griffiths calls a family. You're not wrong. No, this is a second. So basically, we have two group stage games after Christmas still, which we need to get through. Obviously, we're basically already through, but you know, we have these. We always have these two games against relatively poor sides after Christmas. This time we get Brugge, and actually, tell you what, our last game is Benfica. We still actually have to play Benfica at home. They're a pot 3 side, but they're doing really well. Durin's in again. Go on, Blaz. Finish him. Oh no! Oh, it was so classy. Until it wasn't. Ferencváros winning, you say? Oh, yes, they are. Lopez with the goal as they go back to the top of the Champions League. Imagine if they actually beat us to the top of the Champions League this season. And if they win out, there's nothing we can do about it. Yeah, Benfica are a decent side this year, but they're still quite low coefficient-wise. And I'm hoping that we should be able to beat them as Inter take the lead against Girmot. Girmot really need to beat Inter to have any chance. Oh, wow. Haladash have equalised, though. Shargil Leonvorgen with the goal. Happened to Ferencváros. They just kind of got good. They got a better chair. Josh Kerr in 1,500 metres. No, I didn't. But I would like more details. It's given dreadful goalkeeping, but Edvaldo yet again coming up with I feel like at least half of his goals this season have definitely been headers. That's a great pass. Goalkeeping there was a bit of it was a risky play. Lion Fatch. Beta save. I don't actually know yet. Now, here's my current idea for the beta save. If they've done something to national teams this year, then I'll do a national team save. Don't know with who yet. Maybe even do multinational team to give us a little bit of a lead in. If they haven't touched national teams, then I still don't know. East Fife, maybe. Yeah, that's my other one, potentially. But if they have touched national teams in some manner, I would love to do a national team one. Do Iceland? I feel like Iceland would be kind of fun, actually, for a beta. Nah, Fulham. I've done too many Fulham saves in the past. I'm bored of it. I think I'd probably East Fife would be if I was going to do a club save, I probably would try East Fife actually. Noobie Noob, thank you for the follow. But MLS save, absolutely not. Absolutely not. That is just something I will not have any interest in doing. It's just because I don't find the league in the way that it's set up interesting, and therefore I would be bored out of my skull the entire time, unfortunately. Oh, that's a good finish from Bigmanovic. Okay, now we're cracking. Club in Spain get redemption, but you just know that we would not get any redemption at all. Oh, there's going to be so many into Miami's, yeah. That's not a bad idea. Although the downside is that it would depend on when the streams coincided with the release of the beta, because I'd have to have time to do that. Fix the MLS reference. What's broken with the MLS? Other than stuff that is just like actually broken in real life. Redemption. I've had a bad time in Spain, is my point. Hang on. How are Kexmet still in the top few? Big Manovich on campus? I need to say that to Chuck next time he's in. Works exactly as intended. Yeah, no, I don't think there's any issues with the rules, right? I think it's just the AI in the game doesn't handle it very well, and it's just ludicrously confusing for a player that's not used to that style of game, I guess, right? Oh, to be fair, the AI can barely work within the rules. Do you remember the issue I had in Nordic Nomads in the Swedish part of the save, when clubs didn't seem to understand the matchday rules, so they weren't buying enough Swedish players, and as a result, they were only able to field a goalkeeper on the bench in certain games because of it. And it's like, how is that allowed to be a thing? And I don't know if that's been removed this year. Nieto's ball through for Edvaldo, and it's 5. Maybe not, though. Dralgor, thank you for the follow. Nah, it was offside, unfortunately. Albay got relegated. The thing is, there wouldn't be enough time, probably, in a beta for that. That's why I favour national team saves in beta. Because it's just that there's no, like, defined... Oh, God, what's this? Bro brought receipts. How the fuck did you find that? That's incredible. That is unbelievable. Okay, I've got to know. That was full on this you. 8 years ago. How did you even manage that? Have you got a way of like searching through YouTube comments or something? That's insane. Either that or yeah, literally, he's been sitting on it for 8 years. Are you Guy Sanchez, Inferno? Oh, that's amazing. I'm clipping that so I can put that in the recap. Oh, well, we got him now, haven't we? This is like, can we do Scotland all over again? Oh, God. Well, to be fair, we could still see it in the future. We'll add our own MLS side with blackjack and hookers. It'll be based in Vegas, presumably. Oh, can we do Murica? That's incredible. What hey, I'm looking for the loopholes, chat. Literally laughing so much has actually triggered my asthma. That and it's like really rainy and muggy outside is actually triggered my asthma. Oh, Guy's going to be so enthused. Forward Madison incoming. Ooh, what about Nazzle? Could do a bit of Nazzle. I'm just concerned that, like, from a purely practical and pragmatic perspective, I do worry that if I did an MLS save, it would be really poorly received on Twitch, and therefore it would be the worst possible way to start the year on the platform, when obviously it's quite an important moment. Could do the US. Actually, that is a good shout, Luca. That is a very good shout. Best of both worlds. USA national team save, maybe. The fact that you saved that is incredible. Because I was thinking to myself, has he got a way of like scanning through? Am I about to get cancelled? Oh. Actually, USA national team save for the beta, provided they've checked. Okay, how about this? We'll meet you halfway here, right? If they fixed international management, even if they haven't, honestly, it's only the beta, right? If they fixed, but it would be way more. I'd be way more enthused about doing it. Let's say if they fixed international management, we'll do a USA national team save for the beta. It did, but I still think from a viewership standpoint, it's just not going to be there, unfortunately. Because there's so much confusion about the way that the leagues and all that stuff works. I think people just... I imagine it's probably not that actually confusing. I think people don't want to take the time to understand, right? I know, women's football is F25. That's coming with the new engine. Oh. I could do a mini... one thing I might do actually as an individual video next year would be an MLS save as a video. A single video where I actually try to understand the rules. It might take a while to do, but that might be quite fun. Since Clace has already shown that actually that type of long-form content does kind of work now in the current landscape. So that might be something I could potentially do. Bring back Josie Altidore. Who else we got? We'll get Landon Donovan back in. Big Landy. No problem. Who else we got? We'll have Carlos Bocanegra. Oh, no. Piss it. I mean, it's one position where, frankly, we're okay, but less than ideal. One thing I was looking at earlier, though, chat, was contingency plans, i.e. players that are out on loan in the second tier or the clubs that usually get relegated from the top flight, that we could bring back should we want to move some people along. And actually, we are stacked in so many different positions that even if we got any injuries, I wouldn't be super concerned about it. Obviously, for registration for the Champions League, this is important. But we've got so many AMs out on loan, it's ridiculous. We are peppering them in exactly. So let's just sort that out now. Make some changes. Janosch can come in, because obviously he can. I'm going to give Hugo some more game time, because I still want to keep throwing him into the matches when I can. And maybe Sogos too, although I feel like Sogos might get sold in the summer, potentially. Sign Zealand. I'll put him as a regen in the game. Or a Z-gen, maybe, even. Oh, it was great. It was great. It was just so cool to see that type of content doing well, right? And it's cool to see people growing, right? Booth B. Oh, James with a good effort. Breck Shea. That is a throwback. Are we just like naming former American players now? Because Casey Keller. Anybody? Oh, God. It was David. No, David Elm wasn't. He was Swedish, wasn't he? Emerson Hindman. Yep. Don't think he ever made a senior appearance for Fulham. I think he played for Bournemouth a few times, though. Roy Wegley. Oh, exactly. It's right. Like I always say, rising tide raises all boats. Man United are absolutely clapping Kekshmet today. So that's not gone well for them. Just as, like, I like to believe that... I mean, look, put it this way, right? When Clates had that video blow up, I saw a noticeable uptick on views on my channel in that same period, even though I hadn't put a video out. So clearly, the general... more people get watching the content and they just start watching other people that are recommended to them during that as well. It was noticeable. And I'd like to believe that when videos of mine have done the same thing for other people too, it's just kind of like this whole... it just works really well synergistically. Jonathan DeMarcus Beasley, that's a name. Stuart, that's who I was thinking. Stuart Holden. I was thinking about Stuart Holden the other day and I can't remember exactly why. Blaz has grabbed another one, by the way, and it's an assist for Janos, chat. Janos has grabbed another assist. This is what I mean about him being at the top level. Look at that little pass. Great stuff. 6-0. Janos grabs himself an assist. It's perfect times. Right. And you know what that means, chatto? It's time for everyone's favourite moment. Siginkulo, thank you very much for the follow. So, yes, that's the situation there. Oh, okay. Jimot coming back. Janos is doing the bit. Jeff Cameron. Jazzy Jeff Cameron. 6-0 is good. 6-0 is a solid result for us. We just need the others to keep their pants in gear. As Benfica winning again, actually, is very impressive. I'm a little bit concerned about Giamot losing that game because that means they're probably not going to do much beyond that. Okay, that's fine. Conference League with Wolfsburg. Hell yes! Jacko, congratulations, my friend. Why is that badge? Oh, Twitch God. I've not seen that Twitch badge before. Brandy Chastain. Wait. True, technically. Ross Chastain. Jessica Chastain. All the famous Chastains. That's the three that I can think of. I wonder if they're all watermelon farmers at heart. Clint Depp, of course, yeah. Big Clint. Elano, thank you very much for the 8 months, my friend. That is one off of a babby. Hope you're well on this fine Thursday. Trying to stay more hydrated today. Tim Howard. Brad Friedel. Big Brad. Brad Guzan. All the Brads. Very American goalkeeper name is a big Brad. Dave just... I don't know who that abstain. That's the only one I spill egg down myself. Yeah, we'll be happy with that. We won 6-0. We should probably take that. Marcus Hunt. There's a lot of goalkeepers, weren't there? It feels like a lot of America's contributions to the English leagues originally was goalkeepers. Yes, I edit my own videos. I'm trying to get better at it. Yesterday, I actually started using After Effects in the videos as well to do like little bits to make it a little bit more polished. So I'm quite pleased with that. Ferencváros actually got a late one. So they're still top of the Champions League. Let me just check on the video, actually. I forgot about that. How are we getting on? Holy shit! Okay. That's reasonably good, right? That feels good. Number 1. Holy God. Well, okay then. That's good. Thank you, friends. Yeah, video's number 1 out of 10. So that's... Wow. Genuinely, before stream today, I was like, this is probably going to be a bit of a failure. So, but it was a fun one to make. Fucking hell. Thank you, friends. Halalash did in fact win. Yes, they must have done. But unfortunately, Giamot didn't, and that's the shame. Giamot they'll qualify, obviously, but they'll probably struggle to get top half because their last game is against Man United away. Although Milan losing helps. What else we got? Kekshmet got absolutely clapped, unfortunately, but that was to be expected. And then Halalash won 3-1. Vorgan, Zivkovic, and Persegona. The usual suspects. But we are now in a really strong chance at, well, we and Ferencváros are both qualified for the knockouts already. Completely. Halalash have a really easy game next as well, so we're going to have 3 of the top 8 most likely. Oh. And Kekshmet, you never know what they do in that last game. They could still sneak in there. This is exciting, man. Yeah, so when Flute and I were discussing this thumbnail yesterday, the original version Flute sent, my head was much bigger, and I was kind of like, that's funny, I look like a hot air balloon, but maybe just bring it down a teen a little bit. But I actually really like that one because I'm like tearing up the rules. It was a really cool concept for that one. Oh no, Nieto! I'll have to sell him and then just... Yeah. Yeah, Urza was the guy that we got from Leipzig, who I then gave to Ferencváros, and then they sold him to Man United for like quite a lot of money, actually. The back is weirdly feeling a little bit better today, Stuart. I don't know why. Like, I've not been running this week. I've just been trying to let it heal. But it does seem not too... Admittedly, it's early days yet, but it doesn't feel like I'm having to stretch. I do wonder if having no pillow in this chair is actually helping my posture too. I'm probably still going to go back to the physio if this isn't like fully fine in like a week, but even so, it's definitely helping. The Sunday, I don't know if it... Maybe? It's hard to say. I think the physio helped a lot more. Second issues video. Yes, I'm still working on the Dr. Congo. I say still working. I have the Dr. Congo one ready to go, as in ready to like record and everything. But I'm just working through some other things in the meantime. So I'm going to be doing the one where I broke the youth stuff, which I need to talk about. And I'm also going to do that yellow card one too in the meantime, just because they're quick and easy ones I want to get out at this point. How's Pog's back? I don't know. She's not here. Bastards deserted me. Like in these mascots. Ooh, let's have a look. Oh my lord. It's horrifying, but in a completely, this could actually be a football club mascot kind of way. That one is terrifying, yes. It looks like a Eurovision entry. This one, the faces, they look kind of weirdly doll-like. Horrifyingly sexy. I'm waiting for not my proudest fap. Ah, dear. Well, it could happen. Earth 9, that's the thing. Budapest away at Rapid Vienna. And Honved away at Hobostin Pro. Honved are killing it, by the way. Some of the players they've got alone are genuine. Persil the Mermaid. And obviously there's no... Oh, that is the quickest goal ever. 13... Oh, hang on, no. 10 seconds. Yeah, it was 10 seconds. 10 seconds was his goal. Bubble! Thank you very much for the 35 months. Big up, mum. Oh. Right, Dynamic Herb I need to look up. Because I'm curious to know what we're going to find under that. Edvaldo waiting on contract talks. 18 months. What are we saying? 29. Yeah, he's probably valid a new contract. Although, yeah, he's on 56k a week. So let's just see. Unless he wants like... Oh. Oh, definitely. I was expecting to want like 100k. So, yeah, he's definitely getting a new deal. That will not happen, though. Because it will give us the longevity to be able to sell him. For... Well, it's literally the same money, isn't it? Give me 4 years. All right, come on, buddy. I'll literally up your appearance fee to 20k if you give me 4 years. Come on, bruv. Like, let's not get silly about this now. Come on. 4 years. Oh, come on. All right, what about this?
Fiona!
1 year extension after the league game's final season. There we go. Okay. Surely that's harder for him because he has to actually play that season. Oro Kumar, thank you for the follow. And Arrow, thank you for the 14 months, my friend. I hope you're well today. How's things down under? I don't think that would be very fun, Earth 9, because the Welsh leagues are kind of screwed, unfortunately. I only did 3 years. Yeah, I did 3 years, but I did a plus 1 year. So 3 years plus 1. So I got the 4 years. Wait, yeah, why did... You were hustled. That's weird. No message showed up. In Swedish Cup yesterday. Hell yeah. That must have been weird times. That must have been, considering the time difference, that must have been strange. How's Merva? I'm excellent, Ara. I'm genuinely really good. One thing I forgot to mention, actually, chat. Oh, Christ. What on earth? Was there a fight? Oh no. Oh, by the way, you might notice Velasquez didn't start that last game. I forgot to mention this. Bro has a hip injury. Only 2 months, which is very, very low for a hip injury, so I'm very happy with that. But it is frustrating. Also, I signed a guy on a free transfer for the end of the season. Ready? This is Eduardo Ramirez. He's a PSG, but he joins us for free. I think he's kind of got Kenny Baumeister vibes about him. So on a free transfer, I know he's 31, but I still think we could get a good year out of him and then sell him after that. So 20 determination, he's still got the pace about him, he's got good mentals, he can dribble. He's solid, right? And for free, can't really say no. There was really no one else that was decent though, which was surprising. So we got this guy. He has got an injury at the moment, but it's only a minor injury, so he should be fine. Yeah, exactly. I think we can definitely get some money for him. Prepare the lose the Doomsday. No, but it's like a brand new Doomsday. Budapest lose, and then Honved draw. 1 month left before looking forward. It depends, because we have no idea really when the game's going to be released. So once we know a release date for FM24, then we can kind of extrapolate to when the beta's likely to be, and thus plan the looking forward around that. But like FM has been released as early as, like, for the main release, as early as late October and as late as like late November some years. It just depends heavily. I reckon this year we're looking at earlier because of the things they've told us so far. Seems to suggest that they're in a much more advanced state than they were before. Budapest, they're still through, but that's frustrating. Come on, at least get top half, lads. Right. And, oh, that's it, because there's no conference league this time around, is there? So, coefficients. England go back above us, the bastards, but we are on 12.9 on the year. Massively ahead of everybody else, but the gap to England is only 11 points now, and we're starting to we're keeping touch with them, basically. It's, yeah, the fact that it's nearly September is actually kind of mad. I don't know, Stewie, honestly. Obviously, if I was going, I couldn't tell you because there probably would be an NDA about it, but so far I've heard nothing. But given that it happens basically every year, I would be amazed if we don't, but I also wouldn't be entirely surprised given that we have obviously gone down there in June, but they were very different types of events. So I don't know if there'll be like a capture event or like, you know, an event like there was last year this year. I'm not sure. September 8th. So within the next couple of weeks, you'd expect to hear something about it, I guess, right? Okay, so that's good. We're keeping touch with England this year. But the thing is, if we can just kind of stay lockstep with England for a couple of years, we'll gain on them massively. Because this year, we're gaining 5 points. Next year, we gain 7 points on England next year. And if we could just get them to have a couple of... And there's another one there where they had 25 points. If we could just get them to have a year where their 7th place team doesn't get into the Conference League, like what happened last time around, I think that's how we catch them. But we need luck on that. But what I will say is their 7th place teams are looking weaker than they used to. Like... Leeds didn't even get into the Conference League last year, and this year Leicester came 18th in the Conference League. They don't look anywhere near as overpowered as they have in recent years, and I wonder if that's just because we're hoovering up the regens a lot more, and it's now starting to actually have an effect. We do need a couple more shit seasons from England, or at least have to match them in the next couple of seasons to catch them up a little bit. I still think it's doable. I'm starting to believe again. Oh no, Janosch! It's the last thing we need. So yeah, he's actually got 6 goals and 6 assists this season, but in 10 starts... and technically 13 appearances to have 6 goals and 6 assists. And you'll also notice 17 dribbling now on our boy. And he's now 2.5-star current ability. Still only 17. He is really starting to come into his own now over the second half of this season. Which is awesome. Does not have good change. I just don't think that there's any way that FM can't have loads of stuff changed about it because of what it was like last time. I think that just can't happen again. Yeah, there's going to be no way that they'll do that again, surely. Wow, Mechelen have got some... he's on loan from Man United. Right, I see. That'll do it. I have really high hopes. I'm optimistic. His attribute progression... we won't have changed since last stream, particularly. Actually, it might have done, because of a fair amount of time has passed. You can start to see more of an upward trend on most factors now. So, like, lots of technical attributes have improved. His finishing's gone up. Composure's up by 2 now. Vision's up by 2. Decisions is up by 2. Really good mental increases. I know you can't see, but I'll just tell you. Stamina's up 2 as well. Pace... is up. He's not actually up yet, but it's getting there. He's already quite fast. Strength is increasing as well. Chat does seem to have frozen. You're right. That's weird. 1 second. We'll just... Ooh, it's sort of... Wait. Yeah, this is the thing about his dribbling. It was definitely never... Like, firstly, it's gone up from 16 to secondly. Secondly, I'm fairly certain we have a screenshot where it was 14. Yeah, I don't know why on-screen chat's not working. Let me just try and refresh it. Right, there we go. Let's try again, chat. Just hit me with some ones in chat and we'll see if that fixes it. It might be a Stream Elements issue. Because it's one of the few things I use that... The only other thing that Stream Elements is... There you go. That was weird. Sometimes Stream Elements bugs out. It does the same thing. The only things that are powered by Stream Elements are the sub counter and the chat box. And sometimes it just glitches. Chato Ithbako. Okay. So... Giamot at home. We rotate. Although Janosch can't play now, which is annoying. Left mat... Middle mat can't hurt you. He's the true... Oh, speaking of the... Well, not even speaking of the league, right? I noticed something prior to today's stream. Because I saw, when I was looking on the main league page here, that Boateng had got a lot of clean sheets, considering, right? So I thought to myself, how many goals has he conceded this season? Well, I'll tell you. It's 6. Haladash have conceded 6 goals in 17 league games. Adding a staff next year. Don't know yet. That's something that will probably be decided after looking forward, because that's usually when all of our plans go to waste, when mad shit happens in there. This is true. Hopefully they won't affect that. Yeah, I think they clearly... It's... The impression I get and got from what they've said is that they weren't... They had things that they had to drop in order to get FM23 to actually be out, which makes me think that those stuff will just be straight easy to put into FM24, plus our whole year of development time as well. So I'm actually expecting it to be better than a normal jump, hopefully. Basically. He's ridiculously good, that goalkeeper. Yeah, it does that Slipknot. And to me, it puts some... Well, not at the moment, but it did used to put Velasquez in the team constantly. Yeah, I saw that. Malaga fans going to the airport was hilarious. Just signing a random, like, tourist. It's a good sport, the lad. Cool. Lots of loads are still happening out as well. Oh, yeah, we did actually sign a few players in January. I probably should actually show you those guys since they actually joined us now. So we picked up... Actually, it was just 2 guys, wasn't it? It was Zamorano, who was the guy from Millionaros, who... He's fine. But like for 800 grand, he was fine. And also we got Yuri Lakoviev, who is, I think he's going to go out on loan, but the bid hasn't actually finished yet. He looks decent. For 4.1 million, he looks like a solid player. Oh, Lama is great. This is just really, he's a really nice dude. I really enjoy him. But I don't know, the battle of like nice, FM nice people. United City's got to be up there too, right? Kev's just an absolute gent. I'd love to meet Kev one day. I just want to give that man a hug. Establish a new mat. So, oh yeah, so this guy's actually going to Kekschmet, which is fascinating. Very good on both feet. That will help them out a little bit. Playing Hannibal. Is that a game? I'm not... Oh, Mihal's back. Right, good. Mane's going out as well, which is cool. Oh, dear. That's frustrating. Because Conde's been doing quite a nice job and actually looking quite tasty. Frustrating times. Oh, right, sorry. I got very confused there. I forgot about Hannibal. Is it Hannibal Maybury? I've never used him on FM. Nice to make me vomit. I know, it would be impossible. It wouldn't work. There'd be no animosity. You need to have some... You need some bell-end energy, right? Let's recall from... Yeah, I just ignore those. Because most of the time they're complaining about... My favourite ones are when they've only just gone back out on loan again. And then the season hasn't even started and they're complaining about not the lack of playing time. It's like, bruv, you're in pre-season. What are you... I would definitely be the sassy bell. Oh, for sure I would. I can pull that energy out when I need to. I'm just shy around others. I'm a sassy bell and all you like when I'm in my own streams. It's just when I'm with others, I tend to be a bit more of a wallflower, you know? I'm waiting for Emma Watson to ask me to dance. You know? Right, that is definitely a lineup. Wow, that is definitely a lineup. Where's our backup right back? Oh, Darla. That means there's no backup left back. No, we'll do Darla there and then Erdelay there. I could even put Jizzy in if I wanted to. I don't really want to start Mihal either, so we can start Zamorano. Ooh, that's going to be fun. This is very much a we're going to lose this match type of match, I suspect. Yeah, I'm an introverted extrovert. Like, in the right moments, I can be very extroverted, but I'm by myself technically right now. So I'm able to be fine. Jamaican keeper, he actually won North American Footballer of the Year, Comrade. So, man has clearly got the quality still developing. Thank you, Dan. It seems to have done well, so... I say thank you. I did none of that. That was all Flute's work. Let's see what we're saying here. Fucking hell. That is a ridiculous first hour. Wow. That's insane. 1,600 views on a video in the first hour. Last year, I couldn't have even fathomed something like that would be possible, especially not at this time of the day. The poophole loophole of introvert. It could be so, yes. Poophole loophole. Is that Garfunkel's and Oates relevant? Relevant? Relevant, chat. He's just a really solid keeper. He may not have the ceiling of some of the others, but for a team like Honvey, he is perfection. Frankly, just a really good goalkeeper. Etienne, I actually was looking at Etienne earlier because I was curious to see. Unfortunately, ignore the fact that his transfer value says £20 million. That's because we set that before he left, and now we can't change it because he's out on loan. But he's played 21 league games. I'm not sure where he's played them, considering it says he's played... What? Man has allegedly played 28 times. I'm guessing this only counts the Champions League matches because those are actually registered games. And... yeah, point being, he's actually playing for PSG, and they're paying his 150 grand a week wages, which is the main factor. That's why we really wanted to get rid. Massively standoffish. Yeah, I just need to work out how to be with people. Whenever I meet new people, I kind of let them lead for a little bit, and once I kind of get an idea of their vibe, then I start to... It's because my brain talks mostly in stupid jokes, and I have to work out which category to take those jokes from, you know? Particularly when you meet new people. That's why I love going to weddings, because I always meet new people and make wedding friends. I believe it's 5 years, Slipknot. We constantly get emails about people like transferring over, basically. Oh, like, I don't know if I could do the presentation part. Like, I suck at that kind of shit. I'm quite stage shy, I suppose, when I'm actually, because as much as it was chat here and there's loads of hundreds of people watching, it's not the same. Because as far as I'm concerned, and my brain is concerned, I'm just sat in this room on my chair drinking from a big bottle. You know, it just doesn't have the same level of, compared to back in the day when I was doing like bands and when I was in bands. Even if I was playing a really small room, that would be way more nerve-wracking because you can see them literally in front of you. Yeah, it's totally different. A lot of silence. Now, I'm all right. Anyone who's met, admittedly, very few people in chat have met me, but those that have seem to have had an all right experience. I'm watching you closely. Watch me like a hawk. We actually won, despite all of that. We managed to come up with a really good victory there. Hey, James. Been a radio presenter. Nice. Always fucking one-on-one. Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit like that too, if I'm honest. It's just, I always worry that, actually, here's what it is. I am entirely myself when I meet new people like that, and I try to just kind of vibe with things, and then whenever it's, like, usually when it's Pog's friends, or people that Pog knows and I don't, I literally spend the next 2 days being like, oh god, I hope I didn't make a tit of myself. I hope they don't think I'm a wanker. I'm like that. When we went to that wedding and I got absolutely blasted, I thought I'd made a twat. I mean, I had made a twat of myself, but luckily everyone else had too, and therefore no one noticed. Luckily, no one saw me fall into the shower, so it's fine. Oh. I'm not your dad. Jesus Christ. Oh. Like that about people I met 5 years ago? Yeah, I'm less like that with my really close circle of friends, but I feel like anyone outside of that, I do have that same concern. For example, right, my sister has her book launch next month. And Pog and I are obviously going, and I've never met any of her like in-laws. Oh no, that's not true. I've met like her father-in-law, and that's it. But their whole side of the family is going to be there, and for me, that's just like, oh god, like. Club Legend. I think we are, yes, just barely. Probably putting one of them in advance. I don't know, maybe. I dread to think what she actually says about. Remember from primary? Oh, mate. It's not even I don't think primary. I don't remember that specifically, but like, when I say in-laws, they're not actually married. They're just the equivalents of in-laws, essentially. Like, it's one of those things where it's like in waiting, so to speak. She just refers to them as her in-laws because, you know, they essentially just kind of ersatz are. No, some of the cringe, I sometimes still, we've all done this, where you look back on a thing and go, oh. That, just not like that. That sounded weirdly arousing. I mean, like, when you look back and just cringe at something you did. Or worse, actually, worse is when, not even worse, nearly as bad as that is when you look back on a situation that you very nearly ended up in with cringe. So where you inadvertently avoided a situation which would have been monster levels of cringe. Right? Those ones actually arguably for me are even worse because your brain can only extrapolate as to how cringe that experience would have been had the situation permeated out in the way that you think it might have done. Cringe situations are fine in hindsight because you know what happens and it will only ever be as cringe as what it actually happened, right? Chess Games, thank you very much for the follow. I didn't look up Dynamic Herb, did I? Christ. Like the biggest example for me of like avoiding cringe but then thinking back to it, wait, hang on, this is amazing. They actually have players as well. So when I was in like, oh, Ches Games, thank you very much for the Prime as well. That's really, really kind of you, friend. It's so damn nice of you. Welcome aboard. When I was in college, I liked this girl because, of course, I was like 17, right? Standard 17-year-old boy things. And I, of course, being the shy human being that I was now, couldn't work up the courage to talk to her, as is the standard approach. And my friend used to wait for the bus with her after school, so they would talk sometimes. And basically, this was back in the day of like MSN and shit like that. And also, Galon, good surname. So basically, I thought, oh, maybe if I could just get like her MSN, then I can use text to talk, because that will like it will give me a chance to think a bit more, and it will allow me to sort of subvert some of the awkwardness that will no doubt come from my awkward social anxiety, essentially. And so I was talking to my friend one day, and he goes to me, she says, do you want her MSN? I was like, oh my god, here we go. It's happening. here we go. Matt to this girl's MSN confirmed. Fabrizio Romano's tweeted it. And I was obviously like, well, of course I was. Of course I want that. But he didn't have it or anything. And I still had, like, I was still too shy to ask her for it. So luckily I asked, we had a mutual friend as well, this girl in my IT class, who sort of bridged the gap a little. So I got off of her. And then we ended up talking and it was all fine or whatever. I then found out later that that is not at all what she had said to my friend. And what she'd actually said to him was like, what, does he like want my MSN or something? Very different intonation. Very, very different intonation of the way that was said. Like, so the cringe I now have is, what if I had then gone up to her face and asked her that? Because can you imagine the awkwardness now? Oh, Jesus Christ, Johnny. Like, oh, now, see, you're feeling it. You're getting second-hand cringe now, aren't you? Off of that example. I have a worse one, but it's not actual second-hand cringe. It's a situation that I was incredibly cringy in. Which I'm still like, to think about. What's she up to these days? Anthropologist. Matt to cringe, here we go. Dearie me. John True. Whoa, who are you? Oh, it's the, yeah, I remember now. Man, I've Pog, exactly. Plus also I was like 17, so, you know. You got to wait around. The Pogs don't come along very often. And they are not like buses. You got to wait for your Pog. And now I've got my Pog, so it's all good. Although I do miss her. I don't usually go very long without seeing her. So, having not seen her since literally Monday morning. It's been 84 years. I mean, that does technically work, Slipknot, but then imagine, what if you're thrown into a situation inadvertently? Then what? What to do? Wait, who's just retired? Okay. We'll have to probably sign some new ones. How many players on loan? Not as many as before. It has dropped a little bit this year. It is 100... Sorry. Doing my little beautiful mind situation here. 100, that's minus 25, so that would be 120. 153. Which is not bad. We did get up to 172. I know, it's crazy, isn't it, Hibbos? Sometimes she just hides in the other room. Run away. I mean, that's true. Oh, during. Oh, shitting balls. Yes, okay, you're definitely getting a new contract. No. Sorry, bud, but no. Not doing star player with you. Oh, God, not this crap. He's never going to go for that. Okay, he kind of nearly just did go for that. Actually, what I might do here, considering this is like a big contract moment for him, because he's 28, I want to try to give him as much as he wants here, and then some. Like, I'd actually happily give him 140k a week if I can get a 5-month contract. If I can get one of these. Because I feel like that's worth it to us to pay him the extra money to get a 5-year deal out of him here. So that'll take him through to his 33. I think just ties him down, saves us having any problems. And he deserves to be the highest paid player at the club, other than Arthur Etienne. But luckily PSG are paying his wages, so it's all fine. What is going on here? You two are going anyway. You have already been sold, I think. Otter is a bit expensive. Ruiz looks okay, but I think he's too... Oh, he's not too young anymore, actually. Oh, he was the guy from the recruitment focus, wasn't he? You seem to have fallen off a little bit now. The rest of you, though... Fabio, what about you? £55,000. Believe me, we're not selling our star striker in 6 months. Maybe in 3 years to Real Madrid for 150 million, perhaps. Although I actually kind of don't want to with him. If he was, like, I know for a fact that I think I already asked actually. He's not going to talk to us yet because he's only 16. But for me, if he keeps that release clause for a little bit longer, then he could be a really astute signing for us at that kind of price. Also, how's Kenshiro getting on? God, how is he rated as a D? Is that just because he's so expensive? Notably, no major European sides have bid on him in this window. So it looks like he might stay at Haladash, which would be fun. Did I just see a takeover? Oh, hello. One or more interested groups. No formal bids have been made. Okay, well, if Honvi got a takeover, I mean, it'd be nice if it was a tycoon. No, that'd be fun. Got someone that like a first edition of a book. She's like, signed by the author. Didn't cost a ton, but she seemed appreciative. All I'll say is that a couple of months later, I saw the book in a British... Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That is a... I felt that in my chest, honestly. Oh. That would sting a bit. Yeah, I could see how that would sting a bit. Did I ever tell you guys the story of the Valentine's card? Because that probably might be my most cringe moment as a human being. Which is saying something, as a very cringe human being. Right, let's get this one sorted out. Big man, no. The proposer's going to have to play there, isn't he? Boothby's fine in there because we've got we've got problems in terms of Mihal's not fit to start there yet either. International match reviews. Hang on, wait. In the international match. Oh, good point. Yeah. Yeah, that would be quite a cool thing. Just so at least have them appear at the top in like a separate category, maybe, if you're in that league. Or it's where maybe if you were like an international manager at the same time, it would have that feature. I don't know. But secondary school years, we were in a trip to Wales, and this girl was on a trip, but she didn't have any friends on the trip, and everyone was being rather dickish to her. So on the fourth day, we were in our dorm, and she was upset because the girls had picked on her. So I bollocked them and told her to apologise. I asked them to see what make her feel to her, and the girl said a kiss. I did it, but thinking back now, it's so good. That's kind of, I don't know, that seems kind of sweet. Hang on, wait, let me just read that again. But she was the one that said it. That to me, so that's actually kind of cute, honestly. Yeah, fucking, well, have a chat. We got a little Casanova over here. See, man. Is your name Chad by any chance? Look at you having contact with a woman. Yeah, this is where you make it worse by saying that she's now your wife and you've got 3 lovely, beautiful children. They've been married for 20 years.
Here's a fun fact.
Monkey Man, thank you very much for the follow.
2 blocks from here.
Oh, Alpha there, right? Yeah. Whereas there's me, I'm more like Omega male because I'm full of fish oil. Right, that'll probably do for the lineup, I think. Got out of school, went out to a girl and asked her if he could park his Ferrari. Oh my god. Why do it like that? Hang on, no. Right, there's a very important distinction here. How old was he?
13 months. I'm
Mr.
here for the
Hazy.
cringe.
Thank you very much for the 13 months. Oh, you want cringe. I'll tell you the story in a minute. No need to rub it in. Yeah, it took me 5 years to get a kiss from Pog. Oh, dear. One day I'm hoping she might hug me. Let's be having... Dead by the mate singing after. Oh, that's happened to... I mean, who hasn't had that happen to them, right? 15 months. This is so 13. That's... I tell you what. I feel like that's actually excusable because when you're 13, if you're a 13-year-old boy, you have very little maturity on that sort of thing, right? I think you're in the clear as far as it being less cringe. Now, if you'd have said 19, then I'd have been like, sorry, lock him up. But... just be I suppose, yeah. I read far too many rom-coms for that to be my life, Thomas, unfortunately. I asked Pog the other day, I was like, you do realise every time I get to pick a movie, I do just pick a rom-com. Left of School Next Year. Oh yeah, everyone's got that weird dude. Or girl, but mostly a dude in every year. No, my cringe moment was, again, so basically, like, they start off the same way. And my friend decided that it would be a fun idea and convinced me to make her a Valentine's card. Because obviously my friend was really into art and she wanted to help me out with this, right? So she helps me make this homemade Valentine's card. And I say helps me in the sense that she did most of the work on this. And it's like, okay, bear in mind, again, I'd still never spoken to this girl at this point. And then... The thing I remember the worst thing about it, I suppose. My friends are not helping me out here, are they? The thing is, it gets worse because inside the Valentine's card, I can't remember what was written on it. I have no idea. We stuck boiled sweets in the Valentine's card. And I don't know why. Luckily, she then gave her the card on my behalf. And then half term happened, thankfully. So luckily, I got 2 weeks for the cringe to subside. The worst thing, of course, about this chat is that I was 17. Oh, dear. I say 17. Was I 17? I might have been 16. Just. I think I wasn't quite 17. Not that cringe. Believe me, at the time, it felt it. Oh, and she had a boyfriend as well. Oh, and now the game's decided to stop working properly. Great news. So yeah, fun times. Oh, hilariously, that friend that helped me make the card, she's now married to one of my other friends. I wonder how he asked. Actually, I know how he asked her out, because it was, is that better now? I think that's better now. Because he asked her out in my bedroom. Oh, it's a good effort. Even the game is cringing, indeed. Home wrecker. Any particular board suites? Oh, I don't know. Like, probably just your normal common or garden board suites. Point being, I'm a cringe human being. You know? It's... But if you were, I feel like if you can't look back at your younger days and be cringe and find it cringy, then did you really live? How did I ask Pog out? I did it the normal way. I just kind of went, shall we go on a date? And then we went out, and it was fine. In Birmingham. Sometimes you got to risk the cringe, because you never know, right? If you always risk the cringe, chap, because if it does work out with your cringe, then that's a story that you're telling your kids one day, right? I'm sure I was still cringy around Pog too, honestly, let's be honest. In the early days. Mr. Blatant signal. I've got to know, what was the signal? Was it just a giant sign with, I would like to date you, written on it? For our first kiss, we laugh at all the time. But that's the thing. Those memories that you have, cringe with a current partner, are brilliant, because they are just funny things you look back on, right? You can always move to a town far away. Precisely. And besides, when you're a kid, like when you're below the age of like 18, honestly, when you're still in school in some manner, people forget it's old news within a week, really. Cringing means that you've matured, exactly. If you can't look back at yourself even like 3 or 4 years ago and go, ooh, then have you really developed? The job was okay. Pog is the fucking best, though, to be fair. I don't know if she's actually in chat right now. Pog, make yourself known. You might be listening, I don't know. But if you are, just know that I love you and you're very, very great. Blame the... I want to know, because I don't think I've ever... I mean, I say I don't know if I've ever missed a signal. I probably have, and I'm just so oblivious that I still don't realise that I missed it, you know? It could be one of those type of situations. We've started this game very strongly without scoring a goal, which is frustrating. Oh, here we go. Bangs it across. Oh, it's over. Oh, no, it's not over. Edvaldo does it. Jab another one in. Get a room. You get a room, Flutie. Also, Flute, great work on the thumbnail. People fucking loved it, and it's #1. So it's absolutely killing it. Call her Pog off stream? I actually do. Not only do I call her Pog off stream, my friends also call her Pog. Like, multiple group sets of my friends refer to her as Pog now. It's just become, like, what she's called. I actually think that's kind of cute, honestly, that she's got her own, like, nickname in there. How does she become Pog? It doesn't even make a lot of sense. It's because of... Chat and I randomly started calling her it one day, back during the COVID streams. And eventually she then changed her name on Twitch to Big Pog M after... Just, I think I can't remember what she was called back in the day. And now we just call her Pog. Also, Kexmet beating Monaco. If Inter and oh no, because they're going to lose it on head-to-head. Although actually, with Bayern in there too, maybe goal difference could factor in. Oh, meant to wingman a friend at the college open day, but the girl didn't show up to help. My girlfriend was there instead, so I said, what about her? Forgot to get another... Oh, God. There's a whole... That feels like a movie premise, right? Oh, did I miss Mason's thing? Ex-Ferno made me break up with her to listen to the new Taylor Swift. What? Okay, that... I'm gonna... What? Also, Ex-Ferno. What a brilliant term. Which one was it? Hang on. I must have missed it. Was it the long one? The one that was addressed to Johnny? Oh. She was talking to me and someone else she knew. She said my neighbor didn't fully... Oh, she said you had a fat ass. No one's ever said I have a fat ass, Mason. I'm jealous. Hey, Marco. How's it going? It's 2-0 to Kexmet. They're doing their best. They might miss out on top 8, but we're going to have 3 sides in it. Regardless of what Ferencváros do. Which is still unbelievable. I assume Ziyech are losing their game. Yeah. It's unfortunate. But Kishvara finished 9th in the end. Or was it 11th? They didn't win. They didn't get top 8, unfortunately. I don't know who you are. Literally. Inter actually is 3. Oh, Kexmet are in the top 8. As things stand, on goal difference, Kexmet have gone above Inter. Because they're 2-0 up and Inter are 3 down at Celtic. We could have 4 out of the top 8 Hungarian as things stand. Now, obviously, we've learned our lesson from before. We're not taking a screenshot of this. We'll believe it when it actually happens. If it actually happens. because there's still a lot that can go wrong from here. But still, right now, 0 sides in the quarters. Well, we're not in the quarters yet. So, technically, no, we haven't got any sides in the quarters because we're in the group stages still. Bigmanovic. Oh, there's a foul in the middle, I think. Durin. Back of the net. Bang. Orange tans. The back end. Like, the back end of it was. I went to school in, like, the early noughties. So, like, I left school in 2008. As in college school. Oh. Giamot looking top 16, maybe, yeah. Janos is only out for, I think, 6 weeks. So he'll be back for some of the more rotation games in the end. But there, as things stand, with Inter being 3 down, and Kekschmidt 2 up, and I think whatever's going on in the Bayern game is important as well. Because they need Bayern and Juve to be in here as well. Because otherwise they'll lose it on head-to-head. So we need Bayern and Juve to stay on 16 points. And if they do, Kekschmidt will get top 8 as well. Come on. Right, substitutions time, because Raposo's now injured, and we need yet another substitute in this spot. Back end big. Yes. Oh, I see. Yeah, that'll do it. Right. Get rid of Aldo on just to freshen the legs up a little bit. Thank you, Foxy. That seems to have gone down well. I do like me some chaos. Zivkovic is... Oh, so they're winning as well, which is fun. Lancel. I like Lancelot. I'm a huge fan of that. Let's go with that and see what happens. Oh, shit. Inter have got a goal back. No! Wait, I think it might be fine. I think, even though Monaco scored, they might still get it. Well, that was the plan, Foxy. The idea was that it would slowly be like a roller coaster where it would just ramp up and up and up and then just drop off at the end with the yellow cards bit. Oh, it is Ragnar. But we need to check because that table might not have updated yet. Come on. If this says Kekschmidt top 8, then this is a different kettle of fish entirely. Could you save any slower? Yes! Come on. Chat, we are fucking massive. Kekschmidt 8th. Ferencváros 5th. Haladash 4th. MTK 1st. 4 teams in the top 8 of the Champions League. Come on! And Giamot, unfortunately, do come 17th in the end, so they will be bottom half, unfortunately, and will have a really tough time. But you just never know. That is easily the best season we've ever had. Oh, come on! I'm absolutely over the moon with that. Yeah, 17th is very annoying. It looks like there was a late goal in either Real Madrid or Barcelona's games. That's what did it. Wasn't Barcelona, that's for sure. Maybe it was actually a goal for one of these teams down here that put them on level points and then it broke the thing because of the negative goal difference. Oh. They're not going to get through there, but the fact is we're going to guarantee ourselves 4 teams in the round of 16. And they're all going to have the preferential draws as well. Because they're on the top side of the draw. Oh, Mihal's injured again? That is dope. Yeah, we're going to have a quarter of the teams in the round of 16, no matter what happens. What a season. Right, the question is... Oh, hello. Have you signed someone? £5 million, you say? Icelandic defender Lars Gislason. That's a phenomenal signing. He is really good. And he's only 24. Kishvada, again, doing mad good business if they could just sort out their league form. No, the thing is, if they get drawn against each other, it guarantees progression. What we really want, actually, is avoid each other for the round of 16 and somehow all get through. Then, drawn against each other on opposite sides of the draw in the quarterfinal, semi-final, or something like that. I don't know. Oh. Yeah, Iceland have been not good in this save, sadly, Ragnar. Which is weird, because normally I could find a couple of guys that are decent. Parallel to Budafox. Did he really? Budafox seem to have everybody these days. They can't be stopped. Right, Budapest away at Antwerp. They need a win. Honved away at Marseille. Going to be tough, but they should be guaranteed top 8, right? 17 points should be enough to get them top 8. Well, I just need Budapest to get top half. Okay, you're going out alone. That was an anticlimax. Because they have started to just... hang on. MTK Budapest enter... Whoa. Also, good result there. Ish. Budapest 18th, so they're not going to be top half. But I think some of these teams are beatable over 2 legs. Honvi do manage to get the result. Right. But now, did you just see that one of our teams is going to be in the Copa Libertadores or something? I swear I saw a thing in the top that was to do with that. Hey, Death God, look. Here, look. It says Copa Libertadores Sub-19 group stage. MTK Budapest under-19s are playing in the Copa Libertadores. Hang on. Let's look at the under-19 schedule. I guess it's because it's not actually been drawn yet. I would love it if our team got the under-19 Copa Libertadores. It's always been South America plus Hungary. I don't know what you're on about. Viva la Barro. Now you're getting it. 47 million bid for Nunez from City. Really? That seems surprising that they reject it, given that they seem to be selling everyone at the moment, right? Oh, I want to know what's going on with that. I think it's because it hasn't been drawn yet, right? Ninhob and Diurnal Owl. That's the second owl-related name we've had follow today. I rate that. It makes me think of Roy Hodgson, and that's always a good sign for me. Right, we should probably check coefficient. Yeah, you just got to do it with Hungary, right? I don't know how to get to it, though. That's the problem. I don't even know where I... Is it that? It's that, isn't it? What? Chat, I are confused. That is the one that it's... No, wait. Is that what it said? I swear that's what it said. I might be misreading that. Hang on. See if there's any more. No, that is definitely what it... Or is it that? No, that's not it, is it? It's definitely that. It must be a bug, yeah. Imagine if they just got randomly drawn into it. That's so strange. Right, I suppose the next thing we've got to check, and this is really important, is how many points, chat, do you reckon Hungary have got? Twinkie, thank you very much for the follow. So, what is our coefficient score? Now, remember, we got all 5 teams through, and 4 of them have gone through to the top 8. I think we've got to be in the mid-16s. Surely. Like, we had... just under 13 points prior to the match day, plus we'll get the results from the match day. I reckon we've got to be mid-16s, maybe even verging on 17. I think we should be above England again. I'm going 16.4. I think we had 16.6 last year, right? It's got to be in and around that kind of point, right? Also, we're guaranteeing ourselves an extra 4 draws worth of points as well, because those teams are going to get guaranteed... right, let's go. How the fuck did they get more... I guess they might have won on the final match day. Point being, somehow England have gapped us by another 0.8, and I don't really know how they've managed that. But regardless, I think we are on 17 points after the group stages. How have they pulled out such a gap? Maybe they got more teams through. Arsenal, Man United, Liverpool. Yeah, you're right. There was defeats to English sides over the last couple of match days, which is probably what's done it. Yeah, that's almost certainly what it is. But the point is, we're actually staying pretty close to them. We actually got more sides in the top 8 than England did. So it's 3 English sides, Man United, Arsenal, and Liverpool. Then 4 Hungarian sides, and then just Benfica. Actually, having Benfica in there is a really good sign, because they've actually now have started to lose a couple of games. But they've lost to Fenerbahce as well, weirdly. This destroyed my setup. Oh, God. Let's have a look. Oh, this is a whole 15-second clip. Oh my god. To be fair, we actually conceded a goal not dissimilar to this at one point in this save when Tex-Mex put the ball across his own box against Liverpool that time. I still have nightmares about it. I was actually thinking about it earlier this morning when I woke up. That's how much it scarred me. That's good for us. Plus, remember, we lost to Man United as well. So that's still bloody excellent, though. 17 points at this stage is by far the most we've ever had. We only got 20 the whole of last season. We've already got 17 and have 8 teams through. Now, when is the draws? Hey, whoa, hang on. What is... That's that same competition. It's already been drawn. There's definitely... I wonder what causes that bug then. Because we're definitely not in it. But... Hang on, I want to see what it says again. MTK Budapest under-19s enter the... I'm curious to see what happens when we get to that date. Because that is perturbing me slightly. Okay, we're playing them, but we can have a little bit of a relax now. We can get through a couple of league games, sort ourselves out a little bit, and we can register Stojnic in the Champions League, which is really, really important because we've had to rely on just Teixeira. Now we can have Stojnic in there too. I think really what we need is just England don't look as good. The lesser sides are starting to struggle a little bit. Unfortunately, England will have an extra team in Europe again next season because there's no way anyone other than England and Hungary are going to be in the top 8. Sorry, the top 2. Look how big the gap is. Like, we're 3 points clear of anybody else at the moment. There's clearly going to be... Oh, it could be because of National, yeah. Maybe. Let's see. Does that date keep moving, or am I just, like, not paying attention properly? But it specifically says MTK Budapest under 19s. Durin's got his new contract. Hell yes. Thoroughly deserved. Why is he still worth so little? It's kind of mad, actually, considering how good he's got. His finishing and composure have actually not developed as much as I would have thought. And I wonder if that's just because he's so good in so many positions that he's very well-rounded. Like, his technique, his passing, his vision, his mentals and physicals are off the charts. Contract talks? That's bizarre, isn't it? How is that? Hang on. I'm not sure I understand the question, Adam. Right. Let's see. Oh, who? Sorry, I misread the... Oh, in the world. Sorry, I misread the abbreviation. England, obviously, unfortunately. But that's fine. We'll get them. We will get them. Their time will come when they will begin to fall. We just need their 7th best side to be shit for a bit. Or, actually, them having 8 teams in Europe could actually help us because we'll get a worse 8th team in Europe, potentially. And that might make it harder because I think the way we catch them is by having that team not get into the group stages of the Conference League. The rest of it seems like kind of much of a muchness, but everything else looks pretty decent on that one. Michal got an injury again, didn't he? Yeah. I'm also tempted to sell Carpenu in the summer, or if someone comes in from him in this window, because I think we've got enough players that are waiting in the wings to come through that taking a big lump for him here could actually be quite helpful for us. How long has Velasquez got on his injury yet? 2 to 5 weeks. That's still another month. He's probably going to miss... Oh, no, he won't miss a round because we're not going to be in that round, are we? We get to bypass. Yeah, we'll give Big Manovic a start. That'll be fine. I wouldn't be surprised if Zivkovic does his big thing. Yeah. Every save does need a Carpenu. And luckily, let's face it, he'll be in the next save anyway because facing the game. But at least we'll be able to give our own face in the games in the next one. It's kind of mad how many things you can control with those, with these future regen face in the game things that I was looking at yesterday. You can control things like their hair color, eye color, weight, ethnicity, not eye color, sorry, hair color, height, weight, town of birth, favorite club, position, CAPA, all that stuff basically. Although obviously with these ones I wouldn't touch the CAPA. I'd leave those completely random because obviously. But yeah, that's going to be really, really fun. Because then people can come in and look up their own regens once they've genned. Oh, speaking of wow. Oh my god, it's Blaz. It's the new Blaz. National team really good. I haven't seen them in any major tournaments, I don't think, so probably not. But this guy looks kind of decent. It's the fact that his current ability is so good. Has he just been playing a lot of matches? 32 games, not bad. So basically, I found out a way, Thomas, to add your own regens into the save, and you can stagger them so they will automatically generate in the correct seasons as regens, and you can set all the right information for them and everything. It's really, really sick. So I did a test yesterday with it. I managed to make myself a gen 3 years into the save with like my name, my date of birth, all that sort of jazz. So yeah, it's going to be like a Patreon perk for the next save. It's going to be people can have their own regens in the save, which is going to be sick. I probably will make a video about it on it as well, yes, because it's weird that there hasn't been one already, honestly, but yeah, it's super fun. Red streamer account alert. What? I thought I was getting my 10-year-old stream account. Oh, Steam account banned. Ah, yeah, that'll happen. Getting a VAC ban flute. Too much FIFA. Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, that's the regen thing. It's really simple, actually. All you do is there's a certain string you have to use, and you just make a .edt file in the game files, and then you usually replace the support stuff.edt, and it fixes it. Just see how it gens with. So the CA would be, you can change each one individually. So you could actually set the CA and PA of the players when they gen. So you could have one gen that has 200 CA if you wanted to. Obviously, I won't do that. By leaving them blank, it just generates randomly. Yeah, exactly like that, Inferno. But I didn't realize you could do it in FM. It'd be so sick. So that's probably what we're going to be doing, which would be cool. Because I feel like I want to provide some value on the Patreon side of things, so that's going to be completely revamped with early videos and all that sort of stuff. Maybe some hidden stuff too, perhaps. I don't know. And all of that will be a part of it on like one single tier. Boom. Obviously, with the regens thing, that can only be done prior to the save, because once the save started, it won't like. Yes, you can choose what club they will spawn at and what club they support. So if you want to have differences, you can actually do that too. It was just amazing. And it also works on console. So I managed to get Hadrian, for example, to spawn at Fulham, but with Newcastle as his favourite club, which was dope. Wait, Inter want to loan Nemes? Mandatory future fee of 10 million quid. Hang on, they'll pay us 400 grand unused, 200 grand not, and then see if I can negotiate this a little bit. They'll give me 15 million. Wait. Hang on, what? Sorry? What? Chat, I'm so confused. That's confusing as fuck. So they just offered me a deal where the player would go for £10 million as a mandatory fee. I countered with 15 million, and now they're offering 200k. And also, I have a buyback of 8 million. How is that helpful? I know there's a percentage of next sale, but it's only 40%. And it's also lower on all of these. This is what I mean about the loan negotiations are utterly balked, basically. It's frustrating because shit like that is really annoying, because we should be able to negotiate the fee at least, right? It's very strange. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about signing up for things like Patreon at the moment, though, because I'm going to revamp the tiers, because there's the idea is that there's going to be a single $5 tier, and that's going to be one that's going to contain all of that. But I'll do a video talking about it as well when we do like an update video, because obviously some people that pay more than that, and I want to make sure they're aware of that so they can drop the contributions down. So we're now on the 31st. I want to see if we get a notification about this. Ooh. It's a jovial young lad here. Yeah, the installments are still ridiculous. That's so mad. I think that has been balked for a while, though, unfortunately. Oh, thank you, Peter. Hello, Icarus. If you've just joined us, we're a bit confused because the game is telling us that our under-19 team is about to compete in like an underage Copa Libertadores tournament, and we're not sure why. From 09, having a feel. Yeah, so they have actually broken some stuff with the EDT files, so some of that stuff might not work. I know exactly what article you're referring to, but it might not entirely work. Let me just grab you the article that I used, because I still have it up, because I was going to put it in like a... So this right here is the explanation that shows you exactly how to do it. Now, there is a comment on the article which actually has more information, and that's the one that's really important. The body of the article is very useful, but there's a comment from a guy on there that tells you the correct order of certain things, which is really, really useful. So yeah, if you want to know how to do that with the adding regens in the game, then do that. Summon a regen. No. As far as that, nothing in there suggested that it would change anything to do with the likelihoods of like sons happening. You can't edit the relationships or anything like that. So I don't think that would have anything to do with it. But yeah, they will presumably have to have daughter regens available for that as well. Maybe this would be a higher chance, potentially. Because at the moment, if anything, it should be more likely that you could have a kid that's in football once they add women to the game, because suddenly you've got double the size of, in theory, people that could be that footballer. Offer 20 million, declines so they came at 250k. Yeah, it's... Wait, now Milan want him. Milan have put in the exact same offer that Inter did before, which means I'm going to accept it this time, because I do want the £10 million. Nepo United? Don't play well in Sims to train. That would be kind of cool. So we're going to loan Nemes to Milan. It's also weird, right, that they're like, what are they going to do with him? We've just made randomly 7 million profit on him. Team would be that'd be so cool. Imagine if you had like a son in one team and then a daughter in the other. That'd be so dope. So that's happening. So they have to pay 10.5 million for him, and they're going to pay us another what, 500 grand. Like the Jameses, exactly. Yes. Oh, 2 buyouts. What we got? Yeah, he's made 18 appearances in the first season. We'll just wait and get the £7 million from them when he actually triggers that, because I think he will. For the first time, a player going to Manchester United is actually playing. What on earth? Hey, chat, mentoring, right? Sake. Let's do some mentoring, they said. It'll be fun, they said. So, our striker has now got tries long-range free kicks. Let's see what his free kick stat is. I mean, it's okay, but why? Why did he need that? I mean, it could be worse. I'd much rather have it on him than our goalkeeper. The thing is, he isn't mentored by anybody because we don't have mentoring set up. It's fine for the trait, but it is a little bit annoying that we just get random traits added to our players when we're not mentoring them. It's like, who is he chatting to after trading that's given him these terrible ideas? Also, a little update, chat. Nearly 2 hours into stream and my shoulder is genuinely not hurting very much. Like, unironically. Whereas on Tuesday's stream, it was actually. And I even took a painkiller before Tuesday's stream. So that's surprising to me. Maybe it was just really sore and it just needed a chance to settle down. One thing I will say, he definitely did something to my back, because the burning sensation is not present now when I'm like cooking and cleaning and stuff. And it's clearly he has fixed something. So, interesting times. Darla news. Oh, no, wait, what? No! No, Emmanuel, come on. You're only 37. Recommend staff roll him, surely, right? Right, hang on. The question is, chat. Right, let's see if he's got any plans so we can make sure we hit the right one. No long-term plans. Right. So that means that we can't... Okay. What do we want then? Should we just say coach? Because that's the most random one. Because I don't think... If they have a plan to do a certain thing, you can usually convince them to it. But the problem is... Do as a coach. Can't say that role suited me. Right. I hate the fact that there isn't like a... Okay, what would you like to do? Any staff attributes yet? That's a good point, actually. Let's check that. We'll ask him to stay on, obviously. No staff attributes either. Fuck. Why even have that like discussion if you can't really get any kind of positive signs out of it? Jack Woodard, thank you very much for the follow. I said that weird. Woodard. Now I'm stuck in my own head. He does not want to be in football. No, he's going to be an agent or something. Get him the loan manager? Right. Stojanic comes in. And Janosch doesn't need to. Neither do you. You are also retiring, so Darla's still in. Just because we need the cover. Lucas is not in, but it doesn't need to be. I think that's fine. I was thinking we'd actually need to add someone new, but we don't even need to take anyone out. Yes, it's fine. So we got Stojanic in there, which is awesome. Hungarian owned team in Slovakia. Oh, Dinasca Strada. Yeah, we see them in Europe all the time. It's effectively cheap. Okay, so the national team scouting one. Which one did you watch actually? Because I've got two. Was it the one with team reports or was it the one with individual players? Because the team report one will be much better. But if you're on a budget, then the best thing I would say is amateur scouting. Although I would say the problem with the team report one is you do need a little bit of a scouting budget to get it going in the first place. But team report scouting, the Belgian amateur scouting. It doesn't specifically work just with Belgium, but Belgium is the best league for it, where we found. But you can do it in other leagues too. Exclamation mark amateur in chat, and you should get a link to the video about it. That's what I would recommend at the start. Because that one, we had players that we signed for free from Belgian sides who were amateur players who then got like Belgium caps. Who are you signing? £3 million? Look at Kekschmek go. Solid goalkeeper from PAOK there. Nice. I like that for them. We'll have a proper run through of their transfers once the window shuts. They want Boxgate. Yes, please. Although, if you could, like, not have him as a fringe player, that'd be awesome. Yeah, cool. Another injury there. Sick. Yeah, the amateur system works with so many different leagues. Find hot, promising amateurs in your area. Literally. Picture map. Yeah, literally. I don't know how good someone like Flavian Moores actually was, but he was a Belgian international. So I'm guessing he probably had at least 150 PA, if not higher. We did pass the Libertadores Day, you're right, and no sign of our team being in it. My disappointment is unimaginable. That must, as we suspected, it was a glitch. Aw, I was kind of hoping to see our under-19 team play in the Copa Movistar Libertadores. Don't know why I said that like the guy from Mr. Deeds. Pog and I watched that the other night. Right. Okay. When is the draw? Oh, there isn't a fucking draw. Matt, you're not in the draw yet. That's why there's no draw. Let's just check, actually. There might have been a draw for the other rounds. I keep thinking, where's our draw? But obviously we get to skip around, don't we? Whereas Kijvada and Giamot and Újpest don't. Yeah, we'll start Advaldo for this one. Oh, no. We'll put him on that side. Was that a senior squad? Was it? That's cheating. You can't do that. Right, get those guys registered again. Jury's up to 32 for the year now, which is solid. The bottom promotion rebuilt the team and now evens to win the league. Oh, evens. I've seen it once. I think we were evens one season for our year. Bear in mind, we're actually 1-7 to win the league this season. If you bet a tenner, you'd get like, I don't know, £3 back or something. It's not worth doing. Although, to be fair, we're not even that far clear. No goals for Blaz? Useless. Haladas draw again. They've still only conceded 8 goals in 20 matches. That is remarkable. Oh no, Ulysses is injured. God damn it. Go right about it. 109 interceptions. That feels like quite a lot. I was definitely going to check something and I've forgotten. Oh yeah, if there was a senior squad in there. My guess is Toreros is probably the under-20 team associated with Barcelona in Ecuador. Oh. Yeah. So Toreros is just the name of Barcelona's B team. 1-91. 1-91, damn. Eddie and Nketiah up front in the championship is actually filthy. Special training. Yeah, we use the EBFM ones. That's I don't have a link to it in chat currently. But it's the evidence-based football managers training schedules are the ones that I've been using. I like them so far. 1.4. There you go. That's even worse. I don't really understand. I always use decimal odds, so I get confused. Pog went to the horses on I think it was Monday now, actually. Only lost a £5. So fair play. She seemed to have a nice time. And she looked very nice, too. For 15 million. Holy shit. That's... And the fact that he was willing to move to the championship. I guess Leicester's have got quite high rep, don't they? So Nemets has... Wait. Completed his... Oh, well. Well done, you. I'm glad that you finished learning Hungarian because you're playing at Milan and you're moving there permanently. So enjoy your... He's going to do really, really well in the Hungarian... In Hungary town. If you have socks on, are you classed as naked or is it considered underwear? I don't know, but what I will say is I'm not currently wearing socks. I've gone sockless today. I was just feeling the vibe. I've got really itchy nose. I feel like this happens when I don't shave proper my moustache and little hairs go up your nose and it makes you feel like you've got... frustrating. Big up the no sock gang. Yeah, I'm wearing shorts and everything, chat. I'm wearing a jumper, but I'm wearing shorts. I did the same thing yesterday, but yesterday was actually quite warm. Today it's not quite as good. It's a bit more relaxed. It's a bit more like muggy and wet out there. How's the second tier shaping up these days? Pushcats are disappointing as always. Any random top scorers that have got way more goals than they should do? Hello, Umar Effiong with 19 goals. It's not even a guy we gave them. What about Okello? Oh, he's one. He's one of ours. That's fine. What happened to streakers? Oh, they're around, I'm sure. Jeez, yeah, this is the thing. We don't... No chance of AC here. Stepanek completes Varosh move. Chat, did they just do a heel turn right in front of us? Because I'm not sure if I agree with this. Also, isn't this guy really good? Dusan Stepanek, £6 million. Yeah, we nearly signed this guy a couple of years ago, I think. And now he's playing for French. What a deal. That's marvellous. Seems to be broken. 28. My God. 28 and 18 is very good. The fact that he's got more goals in those 18 appearances than he has, even like double the amount of goals in those appearances than he got in his entire career up to that point. Fair play. I couldn't possibly compete with Taylor. Do you know that? Right, have we got some draws yet? Yes, we do. Right. Budapest Rangers. Winnable. I think that's actually winnable. Rangers may come 12th, but they've also lost to Antwerp, Hoffenheim, and I think that looks doable, I would say. What about ECL? Watch them get Leicester. Sheriff Tiraspol. They've already beaten Sheriff Tiraspol away from home. I think they should be in a good shot there. Mike, thank you very much for the follow. And now the last one, I suppose, is Champions League. Who did we get? Guillermo Mansell. Fuck off. So Guillermo get Manchester City. That's their reward for coming 17th, is to play Manchester City in the knockouts. FM's like, ha ha ha, you're having a little bit too much fun here, my friends. Get ready for a lack of fun. Lack of fun incoming. Any minute now. Sean Smith had a really good year. 23 and 22 for a lone E is very, very strong. A bit of hot naked elbow action. Oh, you get it all from me. Look at me go. Look at them elbows. Woo. Try to control your arousal. I demand it. What the hell? A giant hair just blew out of the fan. One of Pog's like... I went straight in my mouth. Oh. To our 8th team, hang on. Our 8th team is Kishvada, and they are in the Conference League, and they're playing in the knockouts against. I literally just saw it. Sheriff. Ooh, Mike is still very expensive. Yes, unfortunately. Why did I type in sweet left foot? Like national team. I don't know. We don't really pay much attention to the national team. They have at least, I believe. Did I just click Arsenal instead of Mike? There we go. Oh, for God's sake! FM. There we go. There's Mike. He's still worth £60 million, unfortunately. Because he's actually kind of alright. Which is frustrating. It's the same type of stream as always, Faith Kicker. You know me. Can't be contained. 5'10" now. Look at him go. Pog measured me the other day. I'm 5'10". Same height as Mike. You heard it here first. Jakub Dušek. I think we already know all about him, but still. You said the guy called Sweetser. Well, that can't go without investigation. Short ass. Whatever. It's above average height. There's also Sweetser Schwarz. There's two dudes called Sweetser Schwarz. Also, Nicky Sweetser Hawks. They're just Sweden. Like, Sweetser as a first name. I'm guessing this is a name that's like in the Sao Tome name pool. Oh no, there's a guy here as well actually who probably has Sao Tome and Principe second nationality. Oh, he doesn't. Interesting. Oh. I'm still taller than Pog, and that's all that matters. Buy and win immediately. Wow. The staggering of this Champions League thing is all over the place. There just used to be games constantly. Right. Oh, a cup match. This could... Oh, if only Janosch was around. It's the exact type of game I'd like to play Janosch in. Give him more of an opportunity to keep banging some goals, but... And banishing, obviously. Banishing danger. Jizzy should be dropped by Liberia. I mean, I tend to agree. Poor Jizzy. The Jizster. The Jizzmeister General. And others. Approximately. I think Pog's like 5'9". No, Pog's actually quite tall. Pog's 5'9". When she puts her boots on, she's... Although they are platform heels, no. I don't think people that care about stuff like height is just a bit weird, honestly. Danger and dance, indeed. Oh, here we go. Manchester City versus Girmot. Yeah, if I round up, I'm actually 7-8. It's crazy. It's weird. If I round up and I'm on stilts. It's strange that the people that are obsessed with height are... I just find it kind of odd, you know? All right, 7-6 at most. Maybe. At a push. This is 5. Fair enough. You got yourself an Amazonian there. Why not? It is a very strange thing, I find, that people... I think some people care about it way too much. As if somehow your height has anything to do with your personality. Like, or anything to do with you as a person. It's a totally intangible characteristic. Peak height at 12. Hey, there you go. 5 as well. There you go. But let me guess, you're like, we're both nearly 6 foot. Nearly. Technically, if you round up, if you're 5.5, 6 foot in it. Boothby Yamin. God, we do need Velasquez back soon. Hopefully he's back for the first Champions League matches, right? Up to a foot. That's true. Actually, 10 feet tall. That's a good point. You just got to keep rounding up until you get to the number you want, right? 40. That's interesting. I mean, good for him, I say. It's healthy. Keeps his pipes cleaned out, right? I still can't believe that Inferno did me in with that YouTube comment from 8 years ago. That's living rent-free in me at the moment. Storage in the middle? Fuck it. He can play centre-back too, can't he? It's likely to be an absolute blowout game anyway. For waist width. I'm waiting to buy new clothes at the moment until I hit a certain weight, so I'll know that I won't have to then buy smaller size. I'm like, when you can wear a medium t-shirt properly and it's like nice and comfy on you, then you can buy them. And the same with like 30 waist trousers. Because if I just buy, I don't want to buy more clothes and then won't be able to wear them properly. At least with jumpers, oversized is in, so it's fine. Oh yeah, no, genuinely, Mason, it's insane. The difference between even someone who's 5'11 and 6 foot on things like dating apps and stuff. Blaz with another 5 goals. Good. You need to be held accountable. Why are you my accountant? God damn it. Duran with another 5. So that takes him... He should be getting close to 40 now. 35 goals on the season. He got 47 last year. If we just stay in the Champions League a little bit longer, he might have a chance. He must also be top scorer in the Cup now, surely. He's got 11 goals in the Cup. And Proposa has 4 assists. Not bad. I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to wait for you to notice. I'm just going to have a little sip of my drink for a minute. Don't mind me. So, do you know what just beat Manchester City 2-0 with Lee-Won Il and, of course, Angel Ayala and Celtic beating Inter, which is... Bro, man, Inter are the reigning champions, technically, despite being gopping. How close was this? Sorry, that's deserved. Like, that's like they had the chances in this game, clearly, and they took them. They've just denied City anything in there. Brune is still in goal. He's 38. He's retiring at the end of the season. Christ, he's been around since, like, the first season of the save. Once the draw was made. Yeah, pretty much, because why wouldn't you, right? With the champions by simulating... I don't know, because we haven't seen any Champions League games, and I don't intend to. Dakota die!
Up the J-Mart.
Thank you very much for the 13 months. How many real players have? Good question. It's about time we checked in on that, right? Just clear all of these. Oh, no, we want that one. And then... is one player. There is one real player left. He's like Lonesome George, the Galapagos turtle, the last of his kind. Andrea Zuliani, who is a 39-year-old goalkeeper at Altamura, who, most importantly, isn't retiring and is contractless. So, let's bring him in on the longest contract imaginable. All right, 2 years. Which to him... that's basically, like, death. Wait, I can't even... Am I not even allowed to give him an extension clause? I can't even extend his contract. There literally isn't an option for me to extend it any further than that. But, sir, we'll have him till he's 41. I just want a 40-year-old player. We want the last player The last real player in the save to play for us. He's in. Wait, Ferencváros are signing Ayala. Christ on a bike? Why are they selling Ayala is my question. What are Haladash planning here? Because Ferencváros are dropping a lot of cash around. But I'm not seeing any moves from Haladash, or we've just missed them. So that was us making these deals. Then we've got Ferencváros signing a guy from Bochum. Then Kekschmidt picked up Casas for £3 million. Not a bad deal. Then loads of loans. Then Kishvara with that. Giamot got a guy for free. Oh my god, what a free signing. Paraguayan international. Great news. Ah, there we go. Haladash just spent 20 million on someone. Angelo Antunes, who's 24-year-old Portuguese right back from Vitória de Guimarães, who are the best side in the Conference League at the moment. He could be happy, yeah. That's glorious. And oh wait, whoa. Lofty Alawi has just gone to buy-in for 40 million from Kishvada. How much did they pay? 8 million. 3 seasons and then they just ship him on for 40. Oh, these deals. These guys must be loaded now. But they do need to spend some money. Hang on, was that guy a French international playing for Kishvada there? Ferencváros have now loaned a dude. They've given Stefan McFarlane to Leicester. Lara's gone. And now Ferencváros have sold him as well. Debrecen have spent 2 million on him. We do need some deals to happen from the sides. They're selling a lot. But they could do with buying a few as well. Discount codes, yes, I will. I will almost certainly have some kind of discount code I can set up for FN24. Either with Fanatical or with another company. If I have the opportunity to up with Fanatical again, then I will. So it'll be the same system, basically. Donkanon, thank you very much for the follow. But I'll just go with whoever gives you guys the biggest discount, basically. But yeah, there will definitely be something like that. Ooh, Budapest Rangers. Right, here we go. And Kishvada Sheriff Tiraspol. Now remember, Kishvada won this exact fixture in the group stage. Ah, Janosch is back. Excellent. Oh, no. Come on, Matt. What are you doing? Why are you watching this? Am I allowed to go? Who do we get? Oh, Jury. We could actually still play quite a rotated side for that. Poggy. Wait, I love how it's still saying Copa Libertadores sub... As if... Why do we care about this? And Budapest lose at home to Rangers. Cock wriggling couldn't save you. Oh, boo. Literal bull. Yep. Standard Hungarian side in Europe. Play the better. Lose. Keepers out of mare. And let me guess, they'll lose this one too. Okay, good. Well, if it isn't Laris Gislason, the Icelander of dreams, coming up with 2 goals, possibly even on his European debut there for Kishvada. Get rid of our hosting the cup draw. Wait, he's come back like Rod Stewart. Ah. Isn't he defender too? Wait, was he defender? I think he's probably been playing as a central mid, but still, 2 goals. Neither of them were pens. Good stuff. The Icelandic Jizzy strikes again. Hell yeah. Any other surprise results in it? Leicester now beating Austria Luster now, despite losing at home to them in the group stages. Tell you, Leicester are about to become good now. I can feel it. That's a lot of... Other than Budapest, that's actually quite good results for us coefficient-wise. 17.5. We are just cruising. But unfortunately, England are... Actually, no, we caught up on them a little bit because we beat City. Say we beat City. Giamot beat City. I still think that Kishvada have got to be the favourites for the Conference League. They have got such a good squad. This feels like a good year for them to go the whole way and win it. But I think we've got a real chance at actually having 3 finals again. I think Honvéd have got to be one of the best sides in the Europa League as well, which is exciting news. And obviously with the sheer amount of teams that we have in the Champions League, surely it can't go wrong again. Christian Ivan Rispol. Okay, I'll have a look at Rispol. Oh, I think I already am. Well, look at me go. Oh, no, it's one of those ones where they already get the report for you, where they really like it. What is love and where is love? I guess we'll find out. Where is love? What about the World Golden Glove? That's where the love truly lives. Unfortunately. Oh, there's a... Oh my god, there is actually some loves. Oh, there's loads of love. Right, that's all the love. We've got Billy Love. Kolibi Lovegren. Chris Lovett. Ian Love. Eden Trust Love. Gary Love. Lovett Clock. Love Westerland. Or, I guess, Vesterland. Kevin Love. Nick Love. And also Love Kabingula. I love how it's split across loads of different nationalities too. Like, Love Vesterland here, Swedish. Kevin Love here's Jamaican. Billy Love's Scottish. There's also God's Love Najib. Also, oh my goodness, Love More. There's God's Love and Love. There's 2 God's Loves, actually. In fact, I want to look both those names up while we're here. And Kane Full of Love, obviously. I want to look up God's Love. And then what was the other one? It was Love More. So there's 3. Oh, there's only 2 of them. But Love More is a fun one. Love More Sensigne. Max Love More. His name is almost Love More Moaning. Love is everywhere, chat. What can I say? Kane, I think, is just fully retired, but because he's so, like, well-renowned, he, like, you get the sort of automatic keep history after retirement with players like him. That was quite a good search. I'm glad we did that. What we got? Honvi, and then there's another international break, I think. Zach Lovely. Yeah, love is a wonderful thing, chatto. Box K is going to go. Auto computer. I don't think they do. I think it's just because Kane Full of Love was like a genuinely world-class talent, so that's most likely why he's there. You'll get like Hatterboer and people like that, and oh my lord. It's best to do the proper search so we can see if there is any. There's lots of Hatems. In fact, I suspect that, yeah, if it was going to show up, it'd be right at the top, so it's just going to be drowned out in a sea of Hatems. Sadly, ugly guy. Hang on, did you say Debretson just signed Joao Balinia? Is this the Wish.com version that has even worse tackling? Oh, Joel Balinia. Also, holy god, 2.7 million for this guy. They are making some strides in terms of talent lately. Board are a bit confused about that. I don't blame them. We now have a 39-year-old backup goalkeeper. What are you saying? I see no issues with this. This is totally normal behaviour, and I will not stand for it. Right. To Chera? I kind of want to play Stojanic if I can. Just because I want to start giving him more football in that spot. So we can start to learn the role a bit better. But as long as Duran starts. Yeah, crack on, face kicker. I'm just going to go for a wee in a minute anyway before this game. Because your boy is jonesing for a wee. So, yeah, actually, I've got whiz quizzes set up for you. Some weird ones today. So I will return momentarily, my friends. I'll probably come back with a lemon Fanta. Gotta be done, right? Back in a sec, friends.
Emptied out my soul. You've heard it all before. Honest, but I know. Left these years ago. I was young and almost still could fill the void. We don't need the past in our lives for tomorrow. Never see the end of the night filled with sorrow. What do we do to love? What do we do to love? What do we do to love? When everything's said and done. What do we do to love? What do we do to love? What do we do to love? When everything's said and done. What What do we do to love? What do we do to love? What do we do to love? When everything's said and done. Out in the unknown, story took its toll. Thought I would have grown off the beaten track to become a better man.
See, if Bill was in chat right now, he would absolutely have got this. It was Frank Yallop. And now for a bit of Wallop. One of these days I'm going to go back and listen to the VOD just so I can hear what you guys hear, because I bet it sounds way better than it does for me, because I've got headphones and music in my ears. So I have to go and live in Tampa. Oh, that's nice. I do love me some lemon Fanta. It's my last one as well. Well, until I go shopping again. Oh, gonna cook up some chicken Kiev later as well. Over your ears, not in your ear. Well, the sound is in my ears. Give me this at least. When I was running some tests with the Malta database yesterday, the first couple of tests I did with this tactic, just in charge of the team. And then the second time I used the Denise tactic that Adrian set up for us. And it worked way better. 1990 again. Hell yeah. Nah, man. Not just doing chicken Kiev. I'm going to do some... McCain's make these firecracker wedges. And they are pogged up. So I'm going to make a few of those as well. Tuna win. Blast scores again. Comfortable win. Good shit. Haladash, once again, don't concede a goal. They're dangerously close to going a season and not even conceding double digits at this rate. Budapest is still crap. But actually, if things end like this, then that's fine, because that's top 8. Oh, wait, hang on. Who would we... yeah, actually, I don't mind. If these 8 teams are the top 8, that's fine. It's going to be good. Pog's going to be well jealous. And then I will probably just do what I've been doing pretty much every night this week, which is after that, when I'm finished with like work and food and stuff, I've just been literally watching New Girl all night. And I'm fine with that. I'm having a vibe. When I'm not reading my book. Well, see, I don't really... Actually, I do quite like lemon flavour. This is a lot more... compared to like San Pellegrino, it's a lot sweeter and less bitter. But I like Fruit Twist as well. Fruit Twist is probably still one of my favourites, but I'd never had lemon Fanta before until a couple of months ago. I just picked up a little pack of it and thought, fuck it, why not, right? Also, a little update. Shoulder not causing me as much, like, problem as I thought it would have done this far into the stream. So that's good news. I might take an aspirin in a minute, but it's certainly better than I was expecting. Compared to Tuesday, anyway. Bit of Angel of Light for dessert. Why not? And change the wallpaper, too. As a blonde elf. Yeah, that's strange. You know what? Actually, the other day I was rummaging through t-shirts, and I found an old band t-shirt I had that actually has Zoe Deschanel's face on it. I nearly wore that for stream the other day. Old lemon Fanta, rumor sugar. I still think it tastes pretty good, but then I don't have anything to compare it to be fair. Not sugar and friendly. Oh shit, yeah. Thank you. It's the Barrow effect. Barrow, no, what's up? Oh dear. Both sides are on for the record, which I believe it was 10 points, wasn't it? Or was it 12? We did check last stream, I think. It's not going great for them. But I think what will end up happening is what always happens. If there are only wins coming against each other... Oh, no. Theirs has. They'll just grab a couple of random late wins. It used to happen all the time in Ireland. Do you remember that season when the Farps were looking like they were going to go winless the entire year, and then they won like 4 of their last 7 matches out of nowhere without even a new manager or anything? Kajvada win again. They're still having quite a poor season considering the insane squad that they've got. There's a guy on TikTok that just collects different flavours of Fanta. And I must admit, Pog has been shown far too many of those TikToks during TikTok time in the evening, just because I find it fascinating, some of the mad Fanta flavours you get. Yeah, Budapest being that bad is not great, but at least they'll be out of Europe again, because they clearly have just been letting us down. And also, speaking of out of Europe and stuff, like, Molfehvar, aren't even showing any signs of getting promoted again. It's mad. Exodio! Thank you for the 32 months. How are you, my friend? Ooh. Thank you very much, though. That's really, really nice of you. Hope you're well on this fine Thursday. A bit of those. But yeah, if people want to see a video about how you make your own regens like that, then I'll happily do it. It wouldn't even take me that long. Might be something I can knock up really quickly, actually. My output in August has been a little bit subpar. Not in terms of the quality of the videos, the frequency. I've been aiming to get 7 or 8 per month, and so far this is only the 4th one I've got out this month. But it's just sitting in this chair for a lot of this month has been absolute agony, mate. Reese Against. Very good. Great follow. Great name. Thank you for the follow. Maybe a second appearance. Second, it's the dream. I'd love them up. On flavors of Kit Kat. I have seen a few, but do enlighten me. Always, you know, the thing is, right, I knew that I had the time and the ideas pack to get out what I thought would be 7 or 8 quality videos, but this month has just been a difficult one, really. It's just because it's been so painful a lot of the time to sit in this chair, and I've just had to, it's just made my productivity a lot lower. Fiona! But yeah, I'll sort that video out, no problem. Because the guide is a little bit skew-if, so I figured if I can put it into video form and actually show it properly, it'll be a lot easier. And the fact that it works on consoles too is fucking sick. Cromaniac, thank you very much for the follow. Milo Kit Kat, what does that mean? What is in it? Birthday cake flavoured. I don't know if I'd want that, honestly. Because what, to me, birthday cake doesn't have a specific, or is it the icing? I don't really have, like when I picture things and like think of them, I can conjure the flavours into my mouth, but with birthday cake, I can't, because birthday cakes are always quite different to me. Churro flavour. Ooh. A wasabi Kit Kat. Hot damn. Yeah, Darla's going to retire, which is such a shame. I was hoping he would at least become like a coach or something. But he's still an absolute legend. Chocolate powder you normally have with milk. Oh, right. Okay, I've never heard of that before. That must be just a very non-UK thing. Hello, Half. How's it going? I'm going to continue, but I'm just waiting for Half's inevitable block O text message. Yeah, for after the stream, not everyone. Oh, okay. I hope you're alright, man. Okay. Interesting. Okay. To be fair, it's one of those things where Sazzy, it's like, I'll pay anything if it works. Like, that's why I went to the private physio. I was like, I just need to get this kind of sorted. I'll have a look at that afterwards, though. Thanks for that. Brought a lot of stuff back. Yeah, I've definitely seen raspberry cream Kit Kat. That doesn't sound that bad to me, but then maybe I'm just an absolute wrong. If you still could get a Fanta off, what flavour would it be? Depends what I last ate, wouldn't it? What a moment to have a first time chat. Hey, Cremonic, how's it going? It's going very well for us. Currently, we are second and having a buggery of a good season, which is a weird sentence, I realise. As should be evidenced by the fact that Giamot are playing Manchester City in the Champions League knockouts and are currently 2-0 up. It's the pasta debate all over again. What can I say? He's what we like to call a thinker. He's an ideas man. Would that be our podcast, Half? Just things you could stick up your ass. Lemon crisp sounds kind of nice, actually. Like, back Pizza Hut used to do like a raspberry sorbet that you could get as a dessert, and that was very nice. What a terrible day to have eyes and ears. Right, let's go. Go on, Giamot. I can totally... Right, here's my prediction, chat, because negative Matt's coming out again. I'm going 3-1 Manchester City and lose on pens for Giamot. Oh my god, they're through. Giamot have just knocked Manchester City out of the Champions League. Manchester City are out. Giamot are through to the next round. We have 5 teams in the last 16. And England have lost a team. More importantly. That's unbelievable. And bear in mind, Giamot were winning until the 83rd minute of this game. City, they nearly lost. Holy God. That's massive. That gives us a really good chance at not overtaking England this year, but it means that I think we can finish above England on the year now, because they're going to lose Manchester City and we keep our team in it. And the round progression points now. Oh, we've still got Thursday games, I think, in the other competitions to see if we can get Uipesh to sort themselves out, but I don't see them going to Ibrox and winning. I just really don't, unfortunately. Nah, it's not still Pep, is it? Surely. Weird things have happened, I suppose. It's Thomas Tuchel. I think he's been there for a while, actually, hasn't he? 15 years. Big Tommy Tukes has been there. He has won 8 league titles, in fairness. Oh my lord. Has he actually won them a Champions League in there? They've not won a single Champions League. I don't think. That's mad. Who's the Fulham? Probably no one, because without the league being switched on and they're not playing in Europe, they won't really have a manager. Where's Pep? I reckon he might have retired. Hang on, have I got him listed as Peg Guardiola in this? No, I don't think I do. I forget which save it is sometimes. There he is, Pep Guardiola. Wait, what happened? What did I miss? What the fuck? Oh, that was his playing career. Was he just right there and I'm just an idiot? Retired at 55. What the hell? Bro left City after like the first season and then just went, nah. He'd done enough. The fraudulence had finally caught up with him. You're right, James. I could have just done that, couldn't I? I'm a moron. Wait, Hungary? Why is he called Why is he called Hungary? Gary White. Oh, it's Hungary. Right, that's right, yeah. That confused the shit out of me. That wasn't even that long ago that we did that. The back surgery just not going well in FM, yeah. Well, he's certainly stuck by that. Usually in my saves that doesn't happen, though. Usually he goes on pretty long. Peg Guardiola was definitely the last save. I think it's because I kept typing in Peg Guardiola instead of Pep for some reason. Because I'd get too energetic and put the G too early, you see. Ashton. Who's it? Or Ashton Use It. Thank you very much for the follow. No, not the back. The back can't fall off. Only the front can fall off. Got pegging on your mind. Hey, what can I say? I say what can I say a lot. But hey, what can I say? To replace Mitra, got to try with him. There's no way that Jimenez is going to be our striker this season. If he is, then we might as well just give us the relegation now. Like, I like him. He seems like a nice chap, but he is not a starting striker for us. So, yeah, I don't think he was ever supposed to be the replacement either. Also, hang on a minute. Wait, what the hell? Well, hello. Buddy's been reassessed, and now he's, good news. What's happening? What's happening is Gimot just knocked Manchester City out of the Champions League. That's the biggest thing. These guys are all going to just keep on this list for the moment. That is the biggest thing possible. We don't care about these, although we do kind of care. But I do wonder if just taking the pillow off of my back during stream has actually helped as well. Because I think it was making me have really bad posture by making my head stick far away from the chair. I am going to probably get one of the really nice chairs. Oh my god! Barca just got knocked out by Fenerbahce. They got a red... Robinay got sent off after 8 minutes, and Fenerbahce just humped them at the Camp Nou. And Bayer Leverkusen are 3-2 up against PSG. Chat, this is the year, I'm telling you. This is the year where shit starts to happen. Because there's just less and less teams that can actually make an impact. Holy God. This is unbelievable. You bear in mind Leverkusen, that's only the first leg, but you just never know, right? This feels like a year where big progress can be made. Also fucked up at the same time. You just never know. Right, let's go and check out the final transfers then. So, there were some more transfers. Was there anything useful? Okay, loads of transfers on the final day. Kishvada signed another dude here, Vladimir Jovanovski. Solid. Abdel Diallo for 8 million quid. They signed a Malayan dude. Oh my god, he's good. Look at the state of him. 16 heading, 17 tackling, 14 marking, 14 positioning, 17 jumping reach. Mali International, 20... What a signing that is. The draw will be automatic because we're in the next round of the draw, so we'll be actually put straight into it. Then that did actually happen. Ayala has joined Ferencvaros, lol, for £7 million. Surprising they did that. But then they also brought in Christian Amberg. 11 million. Kishvada are genuinely killing it. Kexmet signed this guy, Jakob Thompson. Oh my god. Pistachio chocolate mousse cake? Sasha torte. I don't even know what that is. Oh, it's a cake. Sweet potato. Oh no, I couldn't do that. Melon? Graham cracker. Oh no. Peach? Oh, that peach sounds like it might be quite nice. Peach parfait. Let's on that one. 2 kids, 1 sport. Thank you very much for the follow. Also, Casper Tranberg's now back. The Transter himself is back. After he, well, not a year out. He was released, obviously, by FC Copenhagen. Now he's back in Hungary again. With Honvéd. Wow. They are. No, but the thing is, the value they gain by being a Kishvada means that they'll be able to sell them for 30, 40 million pound. It's great. My day has been very good, Charles. So far, it's been very good. Like, genuinely. And it can only get better if Uipesh pull off an absolute worldie of a miracle here. And hopefully Kishvada don't fuck this up, but you just never know. Don't let me down, FM. Come on. Let's have one of those days. I feel like we're going to lose Uipesh here. Yeah, they've lost both legs. Absolute mugs. But they are rubbish. And they should not have been in Europe this year, and it sucks that they were. And Kishvada have now really started to play like the team I think they are. So that's 5-0 for them. They're through to the next round of the Conference League as well. And now they can start to get some progression points as well. So, on the board, 17.8. And England have actually extended their gap over us, because of course they have. But it might be because we're slightly offset on some of the progression for certain teams. 17.8. And we still have 7 teams in Europe. 1 club out, and they are by far the worst. Like, Uipesh are not a good team. Okay. Cool. Glad of that. So we've got 7 teams in the round of 16 across the 3 different competitions. 1 in the Conference League, 1 in the Europa, and 5 in the Champions League. 5 teams. Oh, here we go. Oh, they haven't done it yet. 101 million? No. You were supposed to bid 150 million before. Gimot beat Manchester City. Yeah, that wasn't even that long ago, was it, that Sheriff beat Real Madrid? What a weird Champions League group that was. Fun, though. Do you know if there's a that was definitely during COVID times, though, wasn't it? Because I remember there being no stadium, no fans in the stadium. Ruben, thank you for the follow. Did I miss a look up here? Oh, no, I didn't. 3 years ago. Christ. Oh, how the time flies. FC Honka. They've got a guy called Regis. That's a signing that exists. I think I've looked at him several years in a row now. Oh. Right, okay, cool. Oh, yeah, true, yeah. They can't sign him now anyway, because we're not in the transfer window. They might go in the summer, but the plan is to bid them up as much as we can. Worst case scenario, we'll just agree to buy him and then cancel the deal at the last minute, but delay it twice. Because that will actually save them 2 weeks. Hey, Bay! How are you, my friend? 2021, Christ, that wasn't even that long ago. That's not even 2 years ago. That's scary. It feels like ages ago. Janosch is back. Excelente. Which means I think we can rotate him. I say rotate him. We can bring him in for the game against Ica. Shearbot knocked Honvéd out of the cup as well. I'm so glad that we've sold him. We've sold a Marijuana Derum to them, because he's just been such a consistent player for them over the last 8 years. But we'll definitely play him. Oh, hang on. Oh, Cup's got no one in there. We'll definitely play Janosch in this game, if he's actually, like, fit. When's our Cup game? Are we out? No, we can't be out. The players would be complaining at me if we were out right now, right? It's usually how these things work. Kexmet knockout. This is what I mean about the quality difference between Uipesh and Kexmet. We don't want Uipesh anywhere near Europe at the moment. The 8 teams that we've got. So basically, what our ultimate system in terms of what teams we want in Europe are the teams that are currently in those top 8 spots. So currently in Europe, the only problem we've got is we had Uipesh this year instead of Debrecen. We want these 8 in Europe every year. And if we can get those, then I think we'll be onto something consistently. You've got to have an embarrassing loss. I mean, look at Spain. Whenever they've won like major tournaments, they've always seemed to randomly lose a group game, haven't they? Well, no, they're in Transnistria, aren't they, technically? Listed for £6 million. That actually happened. I was preparing an agent video, Flute, and the amount of times that I've been doing that, I've seen Smith Rowe listed for remarkably low amounts. I've just never quite the right system yet for one of those videos to use Smith Rowe for an agent video. I might do one before the end of the year. About 3 years. Christ on a bike, Bay. What were you doing that meant that you missed all the bank holidays? Ooh. You're in 2073. Fair enough. Good for you, my friend. What's the weather like? Can I get a sports almanac by any chance? Asking for a friend. Alfred's training report. Okay. Right, here we go. Second leg. Rainy, standard. If Bayer Leverkusen somehow knock out PSG here, we are through the looking glass. Working in lab and delivering pizzas. Hopefully not at the same time. Just accidentally get it mixed up and someone gets a glass full of hydrofluoric acid delivered instead of their stuffed crust. Did the draw happen yet? No, it didn't, because if the draw had happened, we'd be in it. Like, that hasn't finished yet. Let's go. Ah, boring. Frequent dance was. Oh, I bet they do.
Cooper, do not
hello?
hit me. I am familiar with over 600 dance moves.
Oh
and I
my
am
god.
programmed to get
Chat,
freaky.
the recruitment focus just found us an actual player. Woohoo! Luca, thank you for the follow. Oh, please tell me he wants to sign for us. Please, 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 please. Yes! Get in. For £1 million. Are you mad? That's insane. That's 2 players that the recruitment focus has actually found us this year, because it found us that Norwegian centre-back too, who was like 15. Holy God. Personality. I mean, honestly, for 1.1 million, I couldn't care less what he's got, but yeah, we probably should look at that, actually. Probably would behoove us. He's got driven and level-headed. Slightly injury prone, but nothing big. It's got good, right? Time to withdraw loans to them. Yeah, maybe. It's not a bad shout. I think it might be something I would do if we were ever, if they were looking like they might start to encroach on them a little bit too much. But you're right. We probably do need that. Bente, thank you for the 19 months. Oh. Yeah, to be fair, that's when the recruitment focus is rarely ever find players, but when they do, they are actually bangers. So Molina was a recruitment focus. This guy's a recruitment focus, and so was I think he's literally our hot prospect right now. This guy, Sivold Solbak Laukholm. Tell me he isn't like the second coming of Patrice. He's only 16 years old. Not feeling too well. That sucks. How do you mean, like physically, mentally? Hope you're okay, man. They don't bring the players very often, though. Well, so literally, I've got the most basic bitch recruitment focus set up here, right? So this is the one I have. Why is my watch going off crazy? This is all I have set up. Transfer and loan. Minimum current ability of basically nothing. Minimum potential ability of fairly high. Ongoing. And just for any role in anywhere in the world. That's it. Basic as you like. That's all I'm doing. We can't loan him out. He's only 16. But once he's available to be loaned out, then definitely he'll go to the loan farm. But he can't be loaned out until 17. It's the one thing that holds Hungary back a little bit sometimes is the that we can't loan the children out soon enough. Ghislaine promised us. Right, 3-year deal. We want more than that. Oh my god, 30,000. It's quite a lot actually. But he is Spanish, so we can probably get away with that for at least a little while. A bit of that. Boom. Oh, wait, what? Oh, it's because of that fucking release. Hang on. I don't want to miss out on this dude, but I also don't want to not. Right, fine. Give you that. Fuck it. If you're Spanish and you're Spanish international, give me that. There we go. I was a little bit too close to the wind on him, I think. Oh. The Ghost of Libertadores. Can we change the edit? We might be able to. I'll have to ask Hadrian. He's doing his real work today. So I'll ask him later. Actually, just for those of you that might miss Tuesday stream as well, we are still looking for more potential Malta database testers. So if you do want to help out with the testing of the Malta database and get a preview of it, then let me know and put something in the main Discord in the stream chat, and I can give you the role so you'll be able to see the Malta testing channel if that's something you're interested in. But all of you that have helped so far, absolute legends. Seriously. Yeah, that agent was having none of my shit, was he? What's the bet that guy joins us and he's just immediately like 3-star potential? But hey. Trying to find our own teams to recruitment focus. That's a good point, true, yeah. That might be why we found Molina, because he was so... Then how did we find the Norwegian dude? He wouldn't have been playing football unless he was from the Norwegian under-21 squad or something like that. Toss job pay. It pays you a packet of Skittles and my unbridled joy. Now, whether you'd want that or not is a different question entirely. But yeah. And also that applies to VODs as well. If you're watching this and you're just a normal, you only can manage to watch the VODs and you're never able to be in stream, still feel free to put something in the Discord if you do want to participate and get a preview of the database and stuff like that, basically. Janos and bench. No, I think I put him in the team. Might as well start him for this game. Put him in place of Big Manovic for a bit. I love that Janos is now considered like good enough for the bench even beforehand. But yeah, so if you do want to help, put something in the stream chat on the Discord, and then I can give you the role from there. And then when that happens, you'll then see the Malta FN24 channel, which will just appear directly above it. I haven't actually run this week, Bente. I've been trying to rest my back a little bit, and I'm not going to run until Saturday, and then we'll just do like a nice little 10k or something, just to sort of ease my way back into it. So it's not going well this week, but I am very, very close to signing up for a race in Malta next year. So, you know, bit of both. Kenyatta as well to start, which would be really cool. Get him a bit more football. I thought they had Irvin Betancourt up front then. I was about to flip my lid, Chatto, I tell you. Right, here's the result. Boom. Let's go. Kit Kat thrown. It depends. Which flavour? Which of Millie's many flavours would you like? Yeah, this feels like the type of game that Janos could definitely do something. Or at least not get a 6.6. I'm telling you, chat, I'm just a fucking wizard. I'm a wizard of mediocrity. Come through for me. I don't know exactly when the email comes through for me, because we never really pay any attention to the email now, because we obviously do our loan extensions way before the email comes through, because otherwise it doesn't work properly. But yes, I would advise not waiting for the email to come through at all. I would do your loan extensions 28 days before the loans expire. You'll have the proposed loan extension option available to you. Haladash lost! Very surprisingly. With only the 9th goal conceded this season, but it has happened. I think the title's pretty much safe for us there at this point. Ah, dear. Raposo's injured. Oh, great. Janos is still, like, developing really, really nicely, though, which is the main thing. And he's had a really good year. Considering he's still only 17, 6 goals and 6 assists, he's really decent. Yeah, so if your loans expire the same day as mine, which it seems that they do on June 30th, then June 2nd is the day you want to extend the loan. So all you do is when you go to June 2nd, just go into here, go to your dev center, go into loans, and then just do it from this screen here. If you right-click on a player, you should have an option that's a proposed loan extension. You do have to do it one by one, but at least you can sort them by their expiry date and stuff like that. And you'll note here, chat, that all of them now do expire on the 30th of June, even the ones that expire the following year. So that's all now been sorted. Don't know what's happened with that or why, but it is now back to normal again. That's not of our concern, is it? Oh, no, we'll get to the youth intake. That's going to be probably where we... not even finish off today. I don't even know. We might even get our first leg of the Champions League in, depending on who we draw. Because the youth intake will be on the 9th, and we're nearly there already. We've still got another hour. Rose defeats former club. Right, okay. That, I think, is the last round of fixtures in the Champions League. Which means we should get the draw. Do we have a draw for the ECL yet, maybe? Oh, we do. Oh, as if. Kishvada just got drawn against the #1 seed. Now, admittedly, they have just signed their best player, and I still think they're better than Vitória de Guimarães, but that is about the toughest draw they could have got. So if they're going to get through, they're going to have to beat the best, right? Frustrating times. What about UEL? So we've got Honvéd against Rangers. That would have been Újpest versus Honvéd. I think Honvéd are better than Rangers and should be able to get through there. Tottenham, Wolfsburg, and Feyenoord, Napoli, and Hoffenheim, Sevilla are really... And also, look at these draws. There's so many big sides are going to go out in this round, which is going to make a lot of difference. But then you've got the likes of Antwerp and Trabzonspor, and then Real Sociedad and Hajduk Split going through as well. Home second, too, is actually probably a good thing, provided they don't fuck up the home leg, the away leg. Yeah, so their games are on the 8th. to begin with. And obviously, our draw hasn't happened yet. I still fancy them to win. Here we go. I still fancy them to win, but those are not easy draw. Oh my god. Hello. Hello, Maximos Satsopoulos. The Satsuma of striker. Oh, he's got no striking ability, but he is okay on his left foot. Crossing's fine. He's definitely worth a look. Me like him. Wait, did I actually scout him? Oh, I scouted all of them, didn't I? I reckon he's no way he keeps that, but still, he's definitely worth a go. Right, Alaku's low agreement. He always complains every single day. Man does nothing but complain. No team in the Europa League. Yeah, we got Honvi, like I just showed you. 0 Hoffenheim. Like, true, but remember, Honvi came third in the group. Like, Sevilla won it, and Hoffenheim were 24th. So Sevilla are the real... Obviously, it's the Europa League. Of course, Sevilla are really high. Who do they draw against? Besiktas. Having Barrow flashbacks all of a sudden again. But yeah, he's very much a winger, not a striker. Right, here we go. Champions League. We have 5 teams in the Champions League. And bear in mind, Ziyech could draw one of the other Hungarian sides in this round, as far as I'm aware. We've got 4 teams on one side of the draw, and then Ziyech on the other. Right, probably the biggest Champions League draw of the entire save. Let's do this. I'm trying to think how this can go horribly wrong for us, but I reckon it's just going to go horribly wrong because they'll all draw really tough sides. None of them will get Fenerbahce. We'll draw Ziyech or something. That's about the worst case scenario for me. Right. Let's go. God, look at the seeded team side of things. Celtic will play. Go on, give us one of the Hungarian sides. Benfica, are you joking? Although that could maybe help, but that was a chance. Ziyech will play. Ferencváros. Juventus will play. Arsenal. Ooh, okay. That's them out the way. Real Madrid. Oh, here we go. This is going to be Kekschmidt, I reckon. There you go. Paris Saint-Germain. They'll get Haladash and then beat them. Oh, okay. No Haladash. Fenerbahce. Oh, give them Haladash. If they get Haladash. Yes! Come on. Bayern Munich will play... Go on, Man United. Liverpool, that's fine. And then it's going to be Milan versus Liverpool. That is some draw. We've got an unbelievable opportunity to get 3 sides into the next round of the Champions League. Because Ferencváros or Ziyech guarantees us a Hungarian side in there. Haladash should be able to beat Fenerbahce over 2 legs. They just really should be beating them, right? Kekschmidt. Didn't Kekschmidt beat Real Madrid already? They're not going to beat Real Madrid over 2 legs, are they? And we should have the better of Paris Saint-Germain, which should mean 3 sides. Coefficient. Well, this won't change the coefficient, but it's going to be a lot better. So currently we're on 17.8. Italy are having a nice little run at the moment, but then we've not had any games lately for our Hungarian teams in the Champions League, so that's why it's kind of lagged a little bit. Once they're back, just think though, with 5 teams in that round, we're going to get the equivalent of 5 draws worth of bonus points just for them playing in this round of the tournament. That's nearly another like full coefficient point just for existing. Pixel Pennon with the 3 years. Enjoy your new sub badge. Thank you very much, friend. That's so damn nice of you. 3 years. Holy God. Basically do the same as already. I don't know. No, oh, you're right. It is the quarterfinals, isn't it? Sorry, I forgot. I lost track of the rounds. No, is it the quarterfinals? No, this is the round of 16. So they'd be in the quarters if they got through. Oh, you're right. Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah, Celtic or Benfica. No, Benfica, remember, are very good. Like, Benfica came 3rd in the group stage, I think. Oh, no, 6th in the end. They're a good side, but you're right. The fact that they're Benfica, the game will still, yeah. The prize money basically hasn't developed. We still get like £1 million for winning the league, I think. It basically just hasn't been touched. Oh, it's actually under £1 million. We don't even get £1 million for winning the second best league in Europe. PSG, right? Remember, PSG lost home and away to Haladash last season. It's on. Oh, will we get them? That's annoying. I thought we played them in between as well. Oh, right. Things do be popping. Can you show the draw again? Hang on. We did just show the draw because we were just watching it. But that is the draw. Celtic, Benfica, Giamot, Ferencváros. So you're probably right. That will... And it means even if Kekshmet got through, they'd have to play Juve or Arsenal. So we'll likely play the winner of Fenerbahce and Haladash. But it also does prevent both Liverpool and United and Bayern. One of those three, only maximum one of them can get through that little section as well. So there's that. It's a shame that we're not all on the same side of the draw, because there's no way that we could play against someone like Ferencváros until the final. But if they were to beat Giamot, there's no guarantee they will. I mean, I think Giamot are actually pretty decent. If they were to progress through that, Juve, Arsenal, or Real Madrid, it's going to be Real Madrid, isn't it? There's a lot of permutations, but I still think we're in a really good spot with that. I love how this year has just actually continued to be quite good. Now, it could also go horribly wrong. Who is Chondrich? I don't think I've ever seen this before. Maybe I haven't paid any attention, or maybe it's just that none of our players are normally the favourites for it, but that doesn't make any sense. I don't think I've ever actually seen... So who's Marko Chondrich? Okay, scout. Max 2 Hungary teams in the semi-finals. Yes, unfortunately so. But that does mean that the potential for an all-Hungarian final is on the cards. It can happen. Because we are split up amongst the draw enough. And it does also guarantee Hungarian progression as well. In many ways. Because they'll be forced to play each other, which does, you know... Yeah, Janosch has got to be up there because he gets so much football, right? Right, so we've got PSG in 10 days. Oh, that's a bit more of a break. Well, probably is. Oh, God, no. Isn't he a real player? Play Halash next. Well, we've got to get past PSG, and they still have to get past their opponents too. Like, it's no guarantee that they're going to beat... They should do very comfortably, but this is FM. And you know what FM's like with us in the Champions League knockouts, right? But then again, we've also had Giamot beat Manchester City, so maybe that curse is finally going to be put to bed. We'll see. So we want full strength here. Rotate for the next one. Then PSG. Bang. Yeah, but I feel like we should have seen that article before, because we've often had loads of players that have been really high up on it, so maybe they were just never listed as potential winners, perhaps. I don't know. Something about this year just feels a little bit special. It feels like the teams are just that little bit better. Some of the results we're getting, even with some of the weaker sides, are just looking absolutely stacked. Giroud with another... Oh, we missed a penalty as well. I could have put Janosch in for that game, but we kind of need him for the rotated fixture. Haladash win again. Once again, do not concede as well. Schimmelpenning with a hattie as well. That's good, actually. It keeps Uipest out of the way, and I don't think Mejkovic are going to be getting in. Although they do have a game in hand. So if they could just continue being bad, that would be ace. 18 goals in the league as well for Blaz. Oh, bit of Ferencváros there. Yeah, they've got quite good players. We kind of already knew that though, right? Breakout Ultra Trek. Semi-final. So, I wouldn't do it in the semis. The only time I would throw in the Champions League would be in the final with the Octo Trek, because that would guarantee them a win. As far as I know, reaching the final wouldn't do anything for them. And it'd be better for us coefficient-wise if we were in the final, because we'd have a better chance of winning it. However, if they're in the final against us, then it makes way more sense for them to win it than it does for us. How many English teams knocked out? I don't know, actually. Let's just check, because now all the teams are left in. So Leicester... Leicester are through. So Leicester are still there. And then there's Tottenham and Chelsea. I think all but Man City. Arsenal, Liverpool, Man United. I think the only team that's gone is Man City. Wait, shouldn't there be a fifth one here? Arsenal, Liverpool, Man United. Oh, no, England only had 7 teams this year, didn't they? So they've lost City. But that's something, right? We are now operating with the same number of teams in Europe. Etienne is on loan. So, no, technically not. Right, we need to Bretson to win this. Nicely done. Well done, lads. That will help us out. Just need to keep that gap nice and monitored. I think Kishvada will sort their shit out next season. They've been a bit weird. Have they got anyone random in the youth intake? I probably shouldn't be scouting their youth. They got Tibor Kish, though. We'll take that. But I don't think it would actually... I think for the purposes of the save, it would be wasteful of us to send them to a final knowing that they'll have less chance of winning it than we would. And I don't know how much the rep would matter. Particularly with someone like Haladash, you already have 4.5-star rep now, I think. Oh, technically... I'll look at the other screen that actually shows it. Clubs. Yeah, there you go. So Haladash now are considered... It's weird. I don't really know why. Everyone above them is 4.5 stars or 5, and they're all worldwide. But Haladash are the only team that have continental rep but have 4.5 stars, which means they're really, really close, surely, to getting 5-star reputation or worldwide rep. It's really odd that. I mean, also there's a little clump down here of Giamot, Ferencváros, Kisvárda, who are all 4 stars. Then you go a bit further down, and you've got Kecsmet and Újpest, who are both 3.5 stars. And I think I've missed someone there. Oh yeah, and Debrecen in there, 2 at 4 stars. So the reputations are really, really solid. We're also the 3rd highest rep now, which is fun. It's annoying having to play that cup round right before the PSG game. Papua New Guinea doesn't have OTP league. I know, they're missing out. Best league in the world, or so I'm told. Come on, Iceland. Generate us something. Oh, dear. Well, there is an Iceland Albanian here called Gentian Asani. Best poached player you've ever had stolen. We've not had a single player stolen in this save. Poached, which is weird. But I think it's just because... Actually, I don't really have an explanation for it. We just haven't. There's been no players ever poached from this save, as far as I remember. That was an issue we used to have a lot back in the days with the English clubs, poaching all of our good Irish players. Right. Giamot versus Ferencváros. Everybody's favourite day. I love seeing this. Barrow for stream save. Barrow are the heroes. Barrow are the true heroes. Check on the video. How are we getting on? God damn, that is still motoring along there, isn't it? Buggery me. That's insane. Fair play. Thank you for the support, friends. Right, let's go. I really hope that the Hungarian side wins out of this, yeah. There's no downside. We're guaranteed coefficient points. It's brilliant. 1-0. Lopez with the goal. Makes sense. Ferencváros did do very, very well in the Champions League group, so that does make sense. It's just free coefficient. Celtic put up a good fight there against Benfica. We'll take that. There will be games on Thursday, presumably. Might even be another Hungarian team. Wait, stars in front of the clock. They're still scouting him. If they sell him for anything less than 150 million, I'm going to be livid in the summer. Hey, it was. Right, let's get the rest of this week's fixtures out of the way, and then we'll check the coefficient as well. Because it's just guaranteed points. I'm worried about PSG for some reason. Right, here we go. Real Madrid, Kecsmet. I reckon they lose, like, what do you reckon, chat? I reckon 4-0. They did so well to get to where they've got, and I'm really proud of them, but I just don't see anything other than, like, 4-0 or something. Real Madrid at home. If they're even in this tie... yeah. Although, Juve doing us a favour. No real surprise. They just weren't at it. I wonder how on earth they managed to summon the energy to do what they did and get those wins that they got, because they were nowhere. They lost to Legia Warszawa on the first match day and yet somehow got into the top 8 of the Champions League. But at least Arsenal lost too, which helps us. C.S. Lewis. They've got Chris Lewis playing for Arsenal. Yes. If C.S. Lewis's first name was Chris, you never know. Scouty. Oh dear. Those guys have... I still want to keep this guy on here just because he's so cheap. Like for 55 grand. Oh, he's 17 now. He might talk to us. For 55k, right? Can't be done. Close to... I know, but like... You know... Levels, innit? I think he's still going to turn us down, maybe? Ah, yeah. Never mind. Colleagues found you. See you later, face kicker. Okay, so there's still going to be some Thursday games because we've got all the first legs to come. 3 transfer clauses. Okay. What are we saying? Drissa Diabate. Fine if it'll get him off my back. I don't really want to do that, but I don't like having Ness. And we'll take £1 million. It's nice to have $1 million occasionally. Right, here we go. Moment of truth. Kisvárda versus Vitória de Guimarães. Guimarães obviously were the best side in the first. They won the league. In the Conference League. But Kisvárda have now signed their best player. So maybe they have to win the home game. Oh, fuck. I've done it again. Stop attending draws, Matt. You will learn your lesson one day. Who did we get? Oh, we haven't got anyone yet. Right. Okay. Moment of truth. Oh, not again. How has he had 2 hip injuries in the same season? Bro. Literally, he got a hip injury in December, returned from it, and has immediately got another hip injury. I think we just need to take him out the back and shoot him at this rate. Oh. Well, that's him out for the rest of the season. Just as well, we've got James Boothby. I think in the summer, I'll bring back another DM, because we've got a few knocking about that could probably fit the role. Let's just have a quick gander now to see who his replacement is, because we've got some guys that are on loan at second tier sides that are ready for the role. So let's just get DMs. Central DMs. Want to show players. Why would I want to... How can I show players at club when they're on loan? Oh, I guess it's because it's... Yeah. Right. Best players out on loan who are DMs. Those guys can't come back because they're all at top flight sides. The first one that's really of note is someone like Ramirez, probably, but he might not be a full-on DM. He's more of a fullback. Good player, but more of a fullback. Then you've also got the Pie Daddy, the Manacharian candidate. There's eBay here. Don't mind a bit of him. Abdullah eBay. He could probably do a job. Like, there's options, is what I'm saying. In our, like, this is Pablo Leal. Tell you what, actually, Leal might be worth bringing back from St. Lawrence. I don't know if he's quite ready to come back yet, but is he IB or eBay? I don't know. There's options there. We can definitely... There won't be a gaping hole in the squad, let's put it that way. We'll be able to find players to bring up that are ready to start for us, or at least get in the squad, because Boothby will do a job. We've still got Yamin, which means we're looking at backups to them. Kajvada 1-0. Sarmiento with the goal. And Leicester with the win as well, annoyingly. Oh, they did not play well. It's the Z-Gen pack, Hayden. So basically, it's AI faces that look like real people, that aren't real people, that get placed over the region faces. Exclamation mark Z-Gen, and you'll get all the information about it. Yeah. Also, if they go through, would they play Apollon or Bodder? Because if they do, then they've got a really nice little... Their side of the draw looks pretty good. If they could get past Gimadaish, I think they've got a really good shot at least the semis. Particularly with Wolfsburg being 3-0 up against Hertha. It's if they get past Vitoria. That's the problem. And I'm worried they're going to get knocked out. And it sucks because they're so damn good. The squad they've got is amazing. But they've just had horrible draw luck. Hayden, thank you for the follow as well. Right, now we'll check coefficient. 18.3. We've caught England up again. We've started to close the gap on them a little bit. 18.3 at this stage is absolutely wild. We're now 8 points nearly above third spot. We're never going back to that now. We're just on a different level of existence. We're definitely surely going to hit 20 points for the third consecutive season. Europa didn't play. No. They stagger Europa and Conference League, I believe, opposite weeks to each other at this round. I think, anyway. Yeah. This first... On the round of 16, they stagger them so that they have their own sort of space in the schedule. I think that only occurs for this one round. I think after that, they go back to playing on the same week. But Honved have got a tough task. But I still think Rangers didn't exactly hammer Uipesh. And Uipesh are not good. The fact they got as far as they did is surprising to me. So we've still... Who have we lost? We haven't technically lost anyone yet, have we? Other than Uipesh. Although Kekshmet look like they're pretty much on the way out. I would suspect. Right. This is rotation, so Janosch time. Oh, wow, he even counts as rotation now. Like, they could just bring him straight in. Raposo, Kenyatta, Teixeira. No. Stojanic will start. Teixeira's not starting. That's the whole point of rotation, so that he doesn't have to play. Kenyatta can play. I'd rather not play him there, but we lack a bit in that position. Do you want to put Zuliani in goal? Well, we might not be able to see their exact attributes, bus driver, to be fair, but we'll have a look in a minute. What I mean is, like, we might not know their free kick taking attribute. Okay. Let's go. Oh, wait, did I leave him in? Hang on, I'm an idiot. We'll start Josef Bayer. He's always our go-to for these kind of things. It's not going to go well. He hasn't played for 32 matches, but he'll be fine. He said, knowing full, that he will not be fine. And apparently he's getting a 72. Kenyatta's very good, yes. he's like, I would say, the next big centre-back star we're going to have after Monty retires. In fact, I would say that next season, Kenyatta's probably our starting centre-back alongside Patrice. That's the hope, anyway. So I want to keep giving him game time this season when we can. Obviously, this wasn't a centre-back, but still. 5-1 with that. Wow. Carpenter with a hat-trick. I guess man does still have something to offer. Janosch got an assist, chat. This is not a drill. The young man has done it again. His result, because we need to get through seasons fastly. If we can't... We focus on the European games because at this stage of the save, we're just demolishing everything domestically, and we need to make sure that we focus on the league. Otherwise, we won't get through enough seasons to potentially have what we need to have happen. Right, where's my button? Janosch time. Oh no, no clean sheet, useless scrubs. Although Stojnic, though, with 2 assists. Good Saints. Right, let's check this, see who the best free kick taking keeper is. Of course, he's our player. I was like, where's the one guy gone? Where's Lonesome George? Right, so we want goalkeepers, advanced, and attributes, no, not goalkeeping. Technical free kicks. Is at least 15. Wow, none? Would you like... Imagine that. Would you like a recruitment focus to just find you goalkeepers that can take a free kick? Are we... Ah, here we go. So yeah, the best goalkeeping free kick takers are these chaps here. Wait, can you even see their free kick taking on here? Or is it hidden? Posted on YouTube. So we have... The VODs go on YouTube as well, and I do like a yearly recap video as well every single season on the main channel as well. Am I missing something? I take it you just can't see it. I'm sure I'm just missing it. Oh, do you have to like look on... You just scout to see... Ah, okay. What, so it won't even show up on here? Which section? Technical area. What do you mean technical area? Jill Winston, thank you very much for the raid. So we actually can't see the statistic. Oh, wait, that's weird that would be absent from the skin. Oh, fair one. That's a surprising. Oh, so it is a skin thing. Oh, fair one. I'll have to talk to Saz about that. Yeah, it's probably just because, I mean, how often are you really looking for that? Do you reckon they've actually got any goals? Oh, no, they literally don't. You can see. They've never had... None of them have ever scored a goal. They've not been good enough to play and actually take the free kicks. God damn. Hatred times, chat. Debrettson with a good win again. Cool. Everyone checking out that also uses Saz skin, i.e. like half of you lot probably. Oh, wow. Okay, Israel's drying up a little bit here. Must be the summer. Hang on, they had a Burkina Faso dude in there. Oh, no. Oh, no, I once had a goalkeeper score a goal in a European final for me. On my Wimbledon save. A guy called Martin Galfrascoli scored the winning goal in the Europa League final for my Wimbledon team. I believe. Lawmasters might have to correct me on that one, but I'm sure Inferno's got a comment I made 8 years ago saved somewhere that he can drag out. Change the font skin to the original font. No, he probably won't. Just because Saz likes to make the skin uniformic and doesn't want to make loads of changes to it specifically for one person. And he's not particularly interested in... Yeah. You'll see people ask about it in the Discord sometimes. And I can sort of see why, because it's just like... If he did that, then people would just demand him to do this, that, and the other, and it's just much easier if he's just making one skin. Obviously, he does have a few little variations on it, but I don't think he'd randomly change the font. Although that what he would do is possibly point you in the right direction of how you could do it yourself. He's very good at that. He will show you how to do it. On Mac. I believe there is a... Oh, actually, I don't know, Josh. I think it should be fine. Again, this is more questions for Saz. Your best place to ask is... If you ask Saz in the Discord, he will definitely know the answer. Oh. Yeah, it was Galfrascoli, wasn't it? Kishvala with a win. That's good. That keeps them in the fight, although really it's Ketchmat I'm worried about. Right. Monday. Oh, no, we're playing before anything else happens, aren't we? And then it's youth intake on the Friday. Lovely news. That's also... Wow, that's a lot of upward arrows. Yes. Font. I'm not sure what's wrong with the font, honestly. Isn't this the default font? Was it Galfrescoli Moly? God, I had the pun game back then, friends. Look at me now with my boring titles like I've changed the rules of football. Going, oh, in the thumbnail. Wouldn't have caught me dead doing that a few years ago. God, I'm a changed man. Galfrescoli Moly. That's good. Pass, Matt. Take that. Ronnie Ben Schlush. I thought his name was Ronnie Ben Shush. It's still good. Ronnie Ben Schlush is good, but Ronnie Ben Shush would have been even better. Just like a mum telling her kids to shut up. Ronnie! Ben! Your father's working. Right. Cool. Wait. No, no! No! Decided to... No, Monty, no, come on. Have you got staff attributes now? You must do, right? Yes, you do. What are your staff attributes? Oh. I mean... We're obviously going to offer him a contract as a staff member. But it's... Wait, was he a scout? No. We'll just give him a staff role in the B team or something. Or under 19s coach. Yeah, that's fine. We've got space for some of those. Youth janitor. Episode 90 of Rebuilding Wimbledon. Excellent. Did I get into some business with Guy Sanchez about the MLS again? Slush puppy. Oh, Miggy. I mean, I'm obviously going to try and persuade him out of it, but that means that Kenyatta is definitely going to be in. But also, that's kind of mad. This guy's still playing in the Champions League at the highest level, even at 37, and he's going to retire at the end of the season at the very, very top. Zero memories of where you were wearing glasses a bit. I did used to wear glasses sometimes. So around that sort of time, I believe, was when I was having real bad health issues, and one of the problems that came along with that, and still kind of does affect me, is vision issues, where it almost feels like I'm looking through a dirty windscreen. And I found that glasses allowed my eyes to focus a little bit better, even though they weren't for, like, yeah. Club, oh, for sure. Club Legend, I mean, he's probably my favourite player in the save so far. Just because of how important he's been over the years. I wonder if there's any other slushes while we're here. Well, I don't think that actually is. I think he's the only slush. Yeah, Ronnie Ben Schlush is the only slush that exists. So if we did sign him, we'd have to use like a slush fund or something, presumably, right? Montiel sent up. Well, if it was us versus Halash in the final, we would play Octotrek for sure. Considering our proposal, Uzi's not going to really help you very much because that's going to give you 6,000 people, unfortunately. So with really short names, the game is very bad at discerning what you're really looking for. So you could see some boozies and twosies and losies, but unfortunately, you're not really going to get what you want, and the game won't let you search for just that name. Ooh. Joe Bursick. Oh yeah, he would have been long gone. We literally have the only real player left in the save. We've just signed him. He's a 39-year-old Italian goalkeeper. He's the last remaining of his kind. Right. Oh god, we're all playing on the same time. This is going to be fascinatingly awful. Okay. What's this lineup looking like? Not like that. That's what it's not looking like. Right. We want... I'm so annoyed that we lost Nieto. He's so close to having that year. Can you force players to retire? Well, not really, but you could just like not play them, I suppose. So Teixeira, Darla at centre back. Are we absolutely sure about that? No. Kenyatta's going to play in the Champions League because he's going to start for us next season. We're saying he's ready, so... And Ketchum want him on loan. Typical. Yaman and Boothby, Mihal. I think that's a good squad. And the question is whether... No, I think with this round, I think we could be okay potentially going with the... Yeah, that team doesn't look quite as good as it did in the past. And the fact they're playing Giddy at centre-back again. Ireland Builder Nation. Oh, Christ. I mean, it's not really a tip specifically to Ireland. It's just the loan farm is absolutely pivotal. I suppose he's on the bench. True. Yeah, maybe he can get one in the second half and get us a set-piece goal or something. But the loan farm is the most important factor with any building a nation now. It's so damn important. Because I think it's the only way that you can truly get the other teams to start. Like, the other teams are buying amazing players now, but the only reason they're able to do that is because they've got high rep and because the squads that they've got are insanely stacked because of the loan players that we gave them. The fact that we were able to sell them Haris Divkovic and he was willing to go there as his preferred destination is mental to me. So this save we started about a week after the game came out. So this is season 24. And I think we're about 26 days of game time. The game's basically telling me to, like, have a rest. What was the thing it said last time? Oh, that's right. What's a repetitive strain injury was the comment that we got on the game status page last time we looked. Dread to think what Smori's one was. Although I think he did tell us, didn't he? Right, here we go. Now, Haladash won here last time. Mid-table top division side. I suppose it doesn't really matter because that won't have any effect on the building a nation in the first season. No, with our first season, so we won the second tier first season. The second season, we lost the league on goal difference, I think, to Ferrich Farosh. And then in the third season, we've won it, and we've won it ever since. So I think we're on 21 straight league titles now, it might be. Right, we actually do have to keep an eye on the other fixtures, but I can't see Kexmet pulling off anything. If they at least don't lose the home game, it would just be, at least they go down with, like, some extra coefficient points to come with us. That's all we can really hope for is ball off the bar, and it's not in. We're putting a lot of pressure on James Boothby here, but, you know, man's got to stand up and be counted. If Haladash can come to the Parc de Princes and win, then really we should be able to do so as well, in theory. But I'm a little bit worried about Kenyatta. I know that I think he's ready for next season to be our starting centre-back in the big games, but, you know, it's one thing saying it and another thing watching him alongside Patrice here. Although, we've beaten PSG with weak teams. Oh, for sure. But you just never know what FM's going to throw out. Oh, Teixeira. Lovely stuff. Boothby making the run. Boothby making the run and Boothby scoring. First season into a new start. Well, I mean, you can sign whoever you like. I mean, that's a really vague, nebulous question. I generally go after free transfers and loans. And agent offers are really useful as well. Oh, that's such a lovely pass from Teixeira here. Boothby's just all the way through. And that's a hammer blow of an effort there from Boothby. Mystic Marsh does it again. Come on. Great goal, great lead. And Kexmet are losing. They're just not as good as Real Madrid, are they? Really? It's 2-0 now. So it's 5-0 on aggregate. Kexmet are saying goodbye to Europe. But the fact that they got top 8 in their first ever season in the Champions League is amazing. Romero. Oh, there's options available here. Try again. We're looking pretty good. I'm glad we started with this system as Durin. Oh, good save. They actually have a Hungarian goalkeeper, though, do PSG, which is a shame. He should be playing for us. Good news on the loan age. The loan age change. Oh, sick. So we can actually have... Firstly, the fact that a 14-year-old player is in the database is... I think it's one of the other things we set up, wasn't it? So that you could have slightly younger players too. So that you've got even more players to work with. And you can loan them out. Awesome. That's cool. Does that mean the youth intakes are going to be... Oh, did you make him doing... Oh, of course you did. It's called Young Boy. Was that during using the detailed new gen generator thing? We've started very well here. Possession is good. The pressure that we're putting on them is really good. This is awesome. Awesome? Awesome. Oh, yeah, also, Etienne isn't playing against us because he's on loan, isn't he? Oh, well done, Romero. Come on, where's the run? Oh, no, we still got it. Raposo pops it through, cleared away. Keep going, though. I think there's another pass available here. God, look at us go. Go on, Mihail, around the side. It's all over the shop. Silent S. Wait, hang on. Budapest is a silent S. How can it be a silent S? Wouldn't that be Budapest? I'm a bit confused. Just end me. I mean, like a shush sound, but that's not silent. Isn't that what I've been saying? Budapest. Chat? Confirm? Oh, it's offside. Okay. I thought that's what I've been saying the whole time. Yeah, exclamation mark download. Sorry, exclamation mark tactics. What am I talking about? It was disallowed. We're fine. Just as well, because I might have been throwing some stuff if that had been given.
Oh my God, an insane goal! I've just seen the most insane goal!
Current Lyon épisode 57 on the vo. Maybe I will catch up one day. Up the body.
Thank you so much for the huge donation. That is very, very nice of you. Wow. Thank you. Seriously, that's... I'll play a Janosch for that. Honestly, I feel like I must do at this point. Wow. Thank you so much. Bedpest best, you say. Like, when it comes to pronunciations, I'm trying my best. I think I'm the best I'm ever going to get with the pronunciations. Anything beyond that, I think we're just nitpicking. Because I feel like I'm doing a pretty alright job with saying the names for the most part. Sometimes when I try to talk really fast, like I often do, I'll sometimes get things a little bit wrong. But, you know, I think generally speaking, I'm pretty alright. It's whisper. Oh, so it's like Budapest. Like that. Oh. Yeah, Kekshmet, that one's what I've always struggled with. I looked it up on 4 though. Like, I've looked up how to say the names, but then it's a question of, like, memorizing that and making my tongue say it consistently when I'm in, like, free flow. When I sit and think about the names, I can say them more properly, which is why I'm better at it in the videos. Oh, I want to know what the name is now. Oh, it's Durin! 2-0. And it's given. Boothby with the assist. Blaz with the goal. Get in. Yeah, that's why I always call them Haladash. Because... Van Dijk. Wait, how do they say it? Maybe it's not... Is it not pronounced Van Dijk? Or is it Van Dijk? How do they... Do they pronounce it like Van Dijk or something like that? Yeah, I always call them Haladash just because I can't be asked to try and say... Sombatheli. Missing the middle E. Oh, Kekshmet. You're right, yes. That's what I mean. It's because when I try to talk really fast... I say try to talk really fast. When I talk normally, which... Oh, no! And there goes our chances of winning the Champions League. Good. Oh, hope you're all right, Daz. So what you've just witnessed is Blaz getting injured. Luckily, we have Sen Van Dam and Big Manovic. But I'm thinking Big Manovic has shown himself quality this season. So I feel like he's worth a go. Hopefully that injury isn't too serious, but without Blaz, we are just not as good. Like, it's the simple facts is not as good. I feel like we'd still have enough to get through the next few rounds, because if we beat PSG, remember, we'll most likely play Haladash. So there's that. But yeah, I mean, hey, who am I to say that we might not we might lose them? Also, Juve now 4-2 up against Arsenal on aggregate, which is excellent news because that's another English side out. As Edvaldo should have scored. Those damn schwas. It's only 2-0 to us. Oh, look at this, though. If we were to get a good clearance header here and a breakaway... Oh, no. We're going to get second phased instead is what's about to happen. He's going to run all the way through and then square it. Good save. Oh. Play the lone players. Oh, they might not be able to... Oh, my God. Oh, come on. So, firstly, Fenerbahce are now beating Haladash. Secondly, we've had a second major injury in the first half. Oh, here we go. FM's like, hang on a minute. It's that time of the year again. You haven't had a shit time yet. You looks like you're having fun there. Good. No, Janosch is on. The fact that Fenerbahce are beating Haladash as well is wild. And exactly what I expected to. I think I've literally just stepped on ancient barrier. You're right, yeah. It's happening again. I probably should have done. Oh, no, I don't think you can, actually, Paolo. With the red injuries, I don't think it will let you not take the player off. I think you are forced to make a substitution at that point. If it's orange, I think you can, like, hold off. But with a red one, I don't think you can. At least we're still winning, but, like, give it a chance. This will end up 3-2 to PSG now. Bear in mind, like, we are comfortably in control of this game. We're due a red card at random too, I think. Am I wrong? 519. That is the sub number, yes. Stop jinxing it. No, never. I tried it with Jim and it worked. Oh, Big Manovic. Go on, buddy. Or just pass to the wing. Yes, that's fine. Let the right back shoot instead. That's totally fine. I reckon Fenerbahce win that 2-0. I could totally see that happening. And then Haladash will win 1-0 in the home game. Janosch! Oh! PSG 0, MTK 3, and it's the man of the moment. Janosch at 17 off the bench for the second season in a row scores in the Champions League. What a cross that is from Romero. And Janosch, that's identical to the one he scored against Inter. Come on, play the thing. Things you bloody love to see. I'm telling you, he's the future. He's doing it now. The man is showing real quality right when we needed it most. And think about it, he's not looking out of place in this team, even in these games. Just think what he's going to be like when he's actually got good attributes. Oh, God, here we go. Oh, he's missed it. This is season 24. Cheetah Cat. Right, come on, Halash. Please, as long as they stay 1 goal down, they might still have a chance. But I have a horrible feeling about like a draw in the home leg or something. It just feels like the sort of thing that FM would throw at us. Janosch, get him back as well. Kenyatta's probably looked like the weakest link on the team, which is a shame, but oh, look at him go. That's 17 dribbling. Also, the fact that Etienne is on means that it does mean that I think Halash would be able to play their players against us as Mihail over the bar. He's there to banish the danger. Yeah, he does deserve an emote soon. I just haven't found the right thing I want for the... Oh, Arsenal are now leading. I haven't found what I want to use for the emote yet. It's been the biggest issue. So that looks like it's going to extra time there between Arsenal and Juve. Whereas we're sailing pretty smoothly at the moment. And Haladash have lost to bloody Fenerbahce. So typical at this round. Okay. Still have to have hope. And they've got the home game to come. But I can just totally see this being one of those like one all draws in the home game where Fenerbahce get a penalty or something. But we've done our part. It's now a question of whether those... Oh, for God's sake. Arsenal go through. That's very annoying. And it's 6-1. At least they scored a goal. Gisley managed to grab another one. Real Madrid cruised through quite easy. 7 weeks! What about Advaldo? Less than 7 weeks. 3 to 4. Christ. Blaz would be back maybe for the semis. Potentially. Which actually wouldn't be the end of the world, because if we do get through, we'll either face Fenerbahce or Haladash. So I want to see what their score, like what the actual stats for that game were. Oh yeah, and Youth Intake soon. True. Let's just see. It could have been worse for sure. But I'm like, he's having one of those seasons where I feel like he gets to 50 goals and he's never getting 50 goals now. Right. Let's have a look at the scoreline. The actual, not scoreline, you know what I mean? The match. Ah, yes, of course. That does give me a lot of hope for the home game, though. Literally, Haladash dominated the entire game. And then just conceded. When did it... Why is it saying the goal is there? That's the 40th minute, is it, FM? Okay, go home, FM, you're drunk. It gives me hope that the home game, they should be strong enough to push them out of the way and get through fairly comfortably, but I don't like giving the FM... I don't like giving FM the opportunity to screw us, basically. So, Youth Intake's in a couple of days. It's on the Friday, though, so we'll check the... Oh, we don't care what happens here, do we? As long as something happens. It's guaranteed points. I'd like to see Celtic knock out Benfica, though. That would be a very good turn of events. Particularly as they drew the first... Oh, never mind. Oh, my God! Girmot with the 4-1 victory away at Ferencváros, and they're now into the next round. The weakest, in theory, of the Hungarian sides. But Liverpool losing as well. Ferencváros going out. I don't know if that's good or bad, honestly. I'd rather them have gone through. I think they're a better side than Girmot currently. If you look at the league, or are they? Oh no, technically on this season, Girmot are looking like slightly better, but they're pretty evenly matched. So it's not too bad. And it's more points for us, most importantly. Let me just sort this out. Ah, yeah, he doesn't look that great. Oh, no, oh my God, neither does he. So much for 5 stars, although I will scout him a bit further, just in case, but I'm not convinced. Yeah, Celtic were quite good on one of my other saves, if I recall. I think it might have been maybe Norway? Right, so Youth Intake. I reckon the striker, because it's the B-rated striker, allegedly, I reckon he's going to be 4-star, personally. That would be my prediction as to where he's... Oh, shit, I forgot about this. Right, Honvéd Rangers. Come on, lads. And then Kishvarda, second leg against Victoria Guimaraes. That's so damn important. Oh, I just don't want to lose Kishvarda here. This could be starting to spell the... Oh, my Lord. Oh, no, come on. FM is like, hey, look, you were having fun today. Not anymore. That should be enough for us to get through the second leg, because Montiel will be able to play, but... Honvéd 1-0 win with a red card as well. At Ibrox, 1-0. Oh, this is the big one, though. Oh, my God. Told you. Kishvarda are massive. Griffiths with the pen. 2 goals for Bohats. They've just humped the team that won the league phase 4-0 over 2 legs. And they're on the correct side of the draw as well. Oh, hang on. It won't actually show yet, but Yeah, they'll play the winner, I think, of Wolfsburg and Hertha, which is Wolfsberger. I think they should be and after that, they'd either play Basel or Apollon Limassol. Kishvarda have got a really good pathway ahead of them now that they're finding their feet a little bit. And also, Ron are out. Leicester still in, annoyingly. Which is very annoying. Maribor are actually quite good as well. They're out. This is what I mean. Leicester came 18th, and yet here they are. Then again, Kishvarda came 11th, and here they are. Where did Wolfsberger come? That's my question. That's what we need to look at next. 16th. They lost to Dunajska Streda and St. Gallen and drew. They never won any away games either. It's not too bad. Leicester beating... Yeah, that's what it's got written all over, isn't it? Leicester beating... That would be so bad just because of the coefficient side of things as well. Like, I thought Leicester were going to be trash. To be fair, they only scraped into the whole competition in the first place. And we're up to 19.3 now on the year. Bloody hell. We still have... What is it? 6 teams left? Because we've got... Oh, no. Technically, we lost Ferencváros too. So we've got us, Ferencváros and Haladás, Kishvarda and Honvéd. 5 teams left. This is still very good. I say 5 teams left. We haven't actually gone through yet. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, my God. Hey. Wow. So we were promised a 1.5-star youth intake, and we've ended up with an even shitter one. So this is the guy, presumably. I mean, he's fine. At least he's highly consistent. But composure's trash. Will come with time, admittedly. But he's got no... Wait, is there another Janosch? There's another Janosch. He's a goalkeeper. Tell you what. Oh, it's punching tendency shit. Well, there he is. Sorry, Scott. It is random, but it isn't random. In the sense that the game wants you to think that it's random, but it's not. Once you get that first round of draws done, it's basically not random. There are sides of the draw. The game just doesn't tell you that there are. It pretends that they're random, but they're not. So this is fake Janos. Imagine if he was related. I thought that was... Imagine they were brothers and they were both called Janos. Any fun nationalities? Oh, Mexican. Angel Cruz. There we go. And our resident Bulgarian, who we always get, but I always miss because of the flags. What a... That might be the worst youth intake we've had in ages. Oh, there's another Bulgarian. Nikolai Christoph. Janos Tooth. That works on so many levels, though. If you recall the discussion when Janos came through, that works on so many levels. Oh, I'm a huge fan of that. Oh. And now Sogos says, oh, yeah, just why not just take the shirt off my back, eh? Everyone and their mum's getting injured now. Jesus. The sequel is far worse. That is an agreement. I mean, for a start, he's a goalkeeper. But we're definitely going to sign that Janosch as well. Now the injuries are coming. Just constant injuries.
Cooper,
but what can you do, right? Other than rotate. I'll see you later, Kaka. Josh E. Jr., thank you for the follow. I might actually need the lesser spotted second P break today. I've been well hydrated today. Ziyech with a big win. Mejkovic win again. Oh no, please don't let them catch Kekschmet. It's the last thing we need right now. Is Mejkovic in Europe next year. So it's not a pre-contract. Okay, cool. I assume that if he does choose to stay as a player for next year, it will just like, yeah. A mirror image. Oh, that's great. Yeah, we could just give the same image but with an evil goatee because this is the darkest timeline, chat. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we'll rotate for this. Although, actually, right. Janosch will start. But I've got to be careful with who we rotate in here because, well, yeah, look at this. Look at the state of this. So Laskovsky definitely comes in. Jizzy's fine. Boothby and Teixeira can't play. Oh my god. Okay, Patrick Papp's in. Van Dam? I actually don't mind starting Van Dam because I'm going to start Big Manovic for the second leg. Janosch is fine to start, and Carpenu is fine to start because we've got options. Jesus Christ. We're going to get absolutely clapped here. I could totally see... What numbers are we up to now? Yep. Into the Janosch first. I could see us losing this 5-0. That's true, but that's not an evil goatee. That is actually a goatee of benevolence. A goaltee? I guess if you could score with it, maybe. What am I even saying? It's been one of those days. How have we won? How did that squad with those players win? Jizzy was substituted for being appalling, I presume. Even Patrick Papp got a 6.9 in that game. Carpenter with the assist. Evil Goatsy, oh, you don't want that. Or do you? There was a lot of yellow cards, yeah. It's part of the brand. Cool. I haven't found any cool players from... Oh, no, not another one. Oh, that's not great, actually. Because Mendes is one of the best players at Honved. And losing him for a couple of weeks could be bad. 13... We've had 13 straight wins. Holy shit. We barely even conceded any goals. Who do we think we are? Haladash? Who admittedly have still only conceded 10 goals this season. And yet they're 18 points behind us. They're actually in danger of like not even qualifying for the Champions League at this rate. I mean, they're not really, because we're going to get 5 teams in Europe. Training Tessie? No. The training schedules are fine. It's just, you're going to get injuries sometimes. You know, injuries exist. The training schedules are absolutely fine. They've been tested to no end. Let's have a look at the actual, like, the league itself. You can see that there's actually a fair amount of injuries floating around a few sides, but Kekshmet have 0 injuries. For the most part, it's just us. And to be fair, last year we got the injuries in really early January. It's just that they were really long-term injuries, so they were still out at this stage. Paul Luisara's been waiting 8 years. Oh, God, what's this? What have you dug up now, you archaeologist of memes? It's definitely something I want to do. There's no way that you had that one on hand as well. You can't have mugged me off twice in the same day. Just... They're both from 8 years ago, too. Like, what was this video? Why was the MLS suddenly so prevalent on this one particular video? Did I, like, sign a player from the MLS or something? Oh, well, if they were edited, I can go and find out, because I can go and search back through my comments for these names, and I can find any comments that they've had on the channel. So just know that if you've commented on my YouTube, I can search for all the comments you've made. I can ban you. I wouldn't do that, though. But I could shadow ban you. I do that occasionally with people that are just proper wimps. I don't block them or anything. I just shadow ban them on the channel so they can keep commenting that no one will see it. Well, it was just released. I mean, 8 years ago, so that would have been FM 15. So during the pause was saved, right? I've been doing you a favour, Paolo. What is a wemp? A wemp is a person who is of low moral standing and, generally speaking, a bit of a difficult person to be around. It's not a real word. It's just a word we use here. Ban anyone who mentions MLS. Go on, I dare you. Make a comment about the MLS on the new video. See how long you last. Brought up in 8 years. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. FM32 is going to be cracking, chat. Part of the vote for the series. Oh, that would explain it. Weirdo espousing moral problem. There you go. Sorted. So Liverpool are out. Excellent news. Man United, unfortunately, are through. But it's great news for us because it's just more points that England aren't getting. Although, admittedly, they are still in front of us by a full point now. And we have to try. Yeah. I can't remember exactly where the word... I mean, I know it was in the middle of a Champions League final, wasn't it? But I can't remember what 2 words I was trying to say at the same time. Okay, Wednesday game for Honved. No, I can't do it in real MC. I'll tell you what, right? If you're real nice to me, I'll do it in 8 years. Got a deal? I can't believe that's... No, because now that's going to get clipped, and then when we're somehow still streaming this in 8 years' time, be like, where's the MLS save, Matt? You bastard. Right. Okay. Don't fuck this up, Honved. Oh, Volwanger, come on, you lads normally give us some great players. Also occurs to me that perhaps if we'd waited a little bit, if we hadn't had that recruitment focus, we'd have probably found the Norwegian dude through these anyway, because it looks like we're up to Norway now. Yeah. Unfortunately, those guys were not as good as we thought they were. Oh. To nursing home. No, you'll be there with me. What are you chatting? Right, here we go. Oh, shit, we're playing on the same day. I forgot. I legit forgot. Right, who's actually available for this squad? Big man of edge up front. Oh, my lord. Actually, it might have to be Van... Oh, God. Van Dam... Oh, Christ. We are not in a good space right now. Who's actually available for this game, even? Okay, but none of these guys are really good, are they? These are all youth players. Okay, Teixeira, Montiel, Villa. So Monty's back, and he'll get us through this, hopefully. And we're already 3-0 up, so it's not the end of the world. So honestly, I might just start Janos instead. Honestly. Durin's out for 6 to 7 weeks, which would probably get him back for the semis were we to reach them. Which is not too bad. Bandy, thank you for the follow. Right, okay, second leg, and we're at home as well. We won the 3-0. Right, I'm going to go have a second pee break of the stream. It's a rarity, I realise, but I'm just busting today, so let's go. It was, of course, Maurizio Pellegrino, who I genuinely did not realise had played for Liverpool, even though I was watching football during that era, and I had no idea that he played for Liverpool. Either that or I did, and I just didn't associate him and him as the manager as the same person, and just assumed it was a different dude, basically. I suspect that's partly what's happened there. Ah, you can just picture his face, and you're hoping the name will just form across his forehead, right? Okay, home stretch, friends. PSG, let's do it. I nearly hit... Oh, hello. Slow Anthony, how is it going, man? 41 months.
Hi, Dad.
Bugger me. That means you're one of the few people that are very close to getting the new sub badge, which I had made 3.5 years ago. And no one has seen yet. Oh, dear. Build a nation. Hey, Yaroslav, this is like what I always say. Anyone starts a question with about FM, they're like, is it wrong if you're having fun, you're playing the game correctly. There is no right way to play FM in terms of that. If you're having a good time, crack on, right? That just sounds like an awful lot of effort that I certainly wouldn't be strong enough to do myself. You know? Good to be prepared. We do love that. I love that. 8-year-old dirt. Oh, basically, Don, it was a meme from earlier. So basically, we were discussing MLS saves and why I probably wouldn't want to do one, right? And then Inferno dug up this tweet, this YouTube comment, which was me replying to someone on a video of mine 8 years ago, where I promised to do an MLS save at some point. He then found a second one. So that's why we were talking about MLS, basically. I got absolutely... Yeah, man brought receipts today. So, needless to say, I have promised to do a US national team save on the beta if they fixed national team football for this year. So, there you go. That's the plan. It is probably wrong playing MLS. Yeah, I mean, you've got to draw the line somewhere, right? The second whiz quiz was from Maurizio Pellegrino. Right then, Janosch. Do your business. Yeah, I like them for the beta too, because there's less like long-term planning required for them. And I had a really good time when we did Scotland in the beta. That moment where we scored that winning goal in like the 93rd minute, I think it was against Austria, and I just exploded. I don't know, DPT. I think that that's something that they would kind of have to this year, I feel like. So I'm positively optimistic about it. Speaking of optimism, I'm hoping that Haladash aren't going to let the country down. Because if they do, there will be hell to pay. The fact that they lost the first leg in Turkey, despite being the better side, they've got the easiest draw imaginable of all the draws. If they can't push themselves through and play us in the next round, then I don't know what to say. Teixeira. Romero. I can still see Janosch scoring here. Raposo. Over the bar. I think I'd probably just do it anyway, but I'm really hoping that they've fixed national team saves, you know? I think I just encouraged the players as well, which was a mistake because we're 3-0 up, technically. Ball in. Big header. Oh, God. Luis Navio, of all people. Ooh. Oh, dear. Watch. This is snare me, please. Algorithm's like, no, you will. To be fair, I find that too. It's like, TikTok's even worse for that. I watched a single video yesterday. There was a man doing chiropractic on a dog. I liked it to show Pog, and the rest of the day, I got recommended maybe 50 different dog chiropractor videos. I was like, bruv, leave me alone. Stop cracking that dog's back, damn it. So we're losing, but it's okay. It's okay. This is not okay, though. This current environment right now is not okay. Haladash not beating Fenerbahce, considering some of the results they've put on the board this season, is embarrassing. Also, I say this is okay, but like, we're still 3-1 up. But it's just concerning to see them score their first shot of the game, particularly with the second one about to go in as well, I suspect. From about 1,000 metres out. Oh, good save from Cooper. At least you're only 3-1 up. Yeah. At least me too, actually. We had... Luis Navio was one of the good players for... great tackle. One of the really good players we had at Treaty, wasn't he? Okay, breakaway chance here. Raposo. There we go. Oh, it's a dreadful spot. Honvid score. Are they playing at the same time as us? Oh, they are. And it's 1-0 to them. With who else but Beng Sword with the goal. So they're 2 up on aggregate now against Rangers, which is good news. But at the moment, Haladash are still letting the world down. If they don't score over 2 legs against Fenerbahce, I might just throw in the towel. Oh, come on. Yes! Zivkovic on half-time. Haladash back in the game. Now the pressure's going to be on. That hurt my back. I do regret that slightly. That movement just kind of tweaked a little bit there. Those are darkest secrets. All lately I've been getting is running TikToks constantly. That, obviously. Random football ones that are really annoying as well. Like, not even good football ones, being like from FIFA 12, being like, hey, look, this is the Liverpool bench in FIFA 12. I don't care. Us winning would also help. You are spot on, my friend. I would love it if we could do that, but that's unfortunately what happens when we don't have our prime striker in the game. Yes, yeah. There's only one real player left in the save, and he's actually our... he's a 39-year-old Italian goalkeeper that we signed for the funnies. Janosch, go on, slip it through. Bigmanovic. Okay. Yep, sure, that'll do. I think we're going to concede here. Something tells me this highlight is not done yet, and I think we're about to concede another goal out of nowhere. I still feel like we're about to concede. I feel like we'll give the ball away weirdly. Although we are now starting to play. It's a very long highlight, which means there's almost certainly a goal coming. Look at Janosch, by the way. That 17 dribbling is really noteworthy as Bigmanovic is through. And it's a great save. Oh, what's his name? I actually can't remember his name. I think it's Zolturi. This is season 24. So 2045? 46? One of those two. I've actually forgotten the date. I'd be very annoyed if we lost this, actually. Not because we're not going to go through, because if we lose 1-0, we'll still go through, but we've battered them. But Bigmanovic and Mihal have all struggled. In fact, our entire front line of players that are supposed to do stuff have struggled here. So I might freshen things up a little bit in a minute. Yeah, the coefficient, exactly. At least we're not losing it to an English side here, but, like, Go on, foul Patrice. You know you want to. Get all up in his Patrice goodies where he doesn't want you to be. Montiel struggled a bit today as well. Right, okay, let's see. Janos is tired, but he's actually performing better than Mihail. Oh, God. We'll do that. And actually, I'll tell you what, now might be a good time for Nieto. This is my plan, chat. We've got 4 Champions Leagues in the save. My plan is we bring in Nieto. He pops one on the head of Patrice. Profit. That's the plan, anyway. I can see... Yes! Zivkovic scores. Haladash 2 up now against Fenerbahce. How are we still losing this game? This is ridiculous. It's just as well it actually doesn't matter that much. Red card for Fenerbahce. We're actually going to lose this, aren't we? Oh, yeah, shit, Honvi. I guess we're going to find out after the game. We've actually lost at home to PSG in that game. Yeah, intake was absolute garbage. Like, much. It was predicted to be 1.5 stars, which for us is all right, and it was half a star. Total crap. The worst we've had for a while, actually. Actually, no, I'm going to yell at them. Performance wasn't acceptable. That was an absolute FMing there. Luckily, we were 3-0 up from the first leg, but Christ, it's just costing us coefficient points, annoyingly. But, well, he did make 10 saves, to be fair. That's what happens when you don't have Blaz up front, though. Haladash do go through, though. So we will play Haladash in the next round of the Champions League. We are through, and so are they, into a quarter-final, where Ferencváros, of course, are through to a quarter-final as well. The question is, do Honvi join us? Well, not in quarter-finals of this, but you know what I mean. Yes, they do. Konate was sent off, but Bengsword does it again. 3-0 hammering of Rangers, who are a good side, by all accounts. And if they were to progress, they would play the winner of Hoffenheim-Sevilla, which is going to be very tough. But you know what? Why not? We'll play them later on. True, but we can't really think about it, can we? Like, they're through. It's all we can do. We can't affect the draw, so that's that. Right, we've got Thursday games, though, because we've still got Kishvarda playing on Thursday, I think. 3 teams still in the Champions League is amazing. No Kamala. This is also true facts. Okay. So. Oh, no, that's Europa League, of course, yeah. I'm a moron. Haladash won 2-0. So they are through. They made a bit of a pig's ear of it, but they did do it. England, I think, still have everybody left other than Liverpool, unfortunately. Right, come on. Oh, I guess there wasn't a Europa Conference League that day. How'd you... basically, we built them up through loans. We have 150 players out on loan, and then as they get better players through the loans, they have a bit stronger squad, so they're able to sign higher quality players themselves. Then as they get into Europe, they're then able to have a higher rep by winning things, and then they can sign better players, and it's kind of like a snowball effect at that point. But it does take a long time. Oh. Okay. And discounted sales a little bit, true, but that doesn't happen very often, really. Perfect season... We've never done a perfect season, no. Unfortunately. We've never quite managed to do a perfect season. We've had unbeaten seasons. In fact, about 4 times in this save. Weirdly, there was 2 right near the beginning, and then it was like a 15-year gap, and then 2 in a row again. But we've still never quite managed it. There's always going to be one game, because of the way that we rotate the squad around, that it's not going to quite work out. Volarenga's first team, maybe? I'll scout again, because we've clearly already got a report on that dude from before. So I obviously decided he wasn't good enough then. Chelsea, but pretty much, yeah. We had 173 last season. We're actually slacking slightly. Right, what about coefficients? How are we doing? 19.8. So England are extending their gap again, annoyingly. Because they still have Leicester in Europe there. They've still got Tottenham and Chelsea in Europe here. Although, Chelsea and Tottenham are at least on the same side of the draw. So they could play each other. And one of them could get knocked out there. And also, there's still Napoli on that side, too, that could do some damage. At least there's no chance of an all-English final. And then the Champions League... So Arsenal are still through. But Liverpool are out. So we've only got Manchester United. Wait. Yeah, it's just Manchester United and Arsenal. So we actually have more teams in the Champions League still than they do. There's 1 from Spain, 1 from Portugal, 1 from Germany, 2 from England, and 3 from Hungary. Is there a draw now? There's no draws. The draw for the next round has already happened. In the sense that, like... It will say that it hasn't, but the draw is on today, and it will just give us... We already know what's going to give us. It's going to give us Haladash. There you go. So it doesn't give you a draw. It just tells you who you're going to play, and we already know who we're going to play because it's already predetermined, unfortunately. Which is a real shame, because it's just like, surely they could fix that, right? There's no easy games there, but there's also no, like, I don't know. We've no Barcelona, no Liverpool. Giamot did knock City out, true, but then Giamot went out to, oh, not Ferencváros, sorry, Giamot, my bad. Giamot knocked City out, and then they beat Ferencváros, so it's Giamot, not Ferencváros, that are in Europe. So one of those games. What are we doing up for next stream, then? So it's there. Go to Arsenal away, no. I'm not made of money. Bit of that. Right, cool. Saving all my money for physios at the moment. And I feel like we've given ourselves quite a reasonable path now. I mean, obviously, we could lose to Haladash over 2 legs, but we're not going to, are we? Let's be honest. Right, let's also go into this squad, and I want to sign our other chappie up too. He deserves it. He's earned it because of his name. Janosch, welcome to the team. You might recognise someone else called Janosch. Just ignore him. Lovely scenes. Giamot. I'm not sure if that... What? I'm going to need more than just the name of the club question mark. What is the question? I believe the Riverside stand is now fully open. Yes. Where you can get the most expensive season ticket in Europe. So that's fun. Definitely what a club that, you know, has much larger clubs around it needs. Sensible business practice. For sure. Sepulveda's now going to play for Hungary. Wait, hang on. He's got 3 caps for Chile. I guess it's just because they weren't in... I think you can, like, change after a certain point, can't you? I forget when. It might be an age thing, or it could be the number of games. Yeah, no, seriously. There's, like, I think one of the season tickets in the Riverside stand is 3,000 quid. Or so, it's insane. Who caught the Giamot? I'm sorry, I really don't understand the question, I'm afraid. Oh, hell, sorry. Good point, actually. Who did they get? Sorry, I just realised what you're asking. Benfica. I mean, Benfica versus Giamot. It's the best one they probably could have drawn. 3 grand, yeah. I don't think it's... Maybe it isn't fully... I think they're, like, staggering it open. Oh. I think they should be getting them already, Dazza, honestly. That and some Victoria Sponge, right? So Giamot versus Benfica is actually doable. Yeah, I think we had a similar situation like that in the last save, because there was an Albanian player that played for Shamrock Rovers who kept switching nationality, or like we kept thinking he was going to switch nationalities or something. Something like that. I don't know. Right, yeah, that'll do. We'll put Sem up front for this one. Give him a chance, because he's actually only started 6 games this season. I'm actually surprised he's not complained more than he has. £30 is pretty decent though, really. I mean, I suppose its away tickets are still not great though, is it? That's okay, Pierluigi. Benfica are very good, but like they're the worst side of all the others. Basically. To share oh shit, probably shouldn't have started him, but it's happening now. Watch him get seriously injured than me. He's troubled. Bro is troubled. Me too, friend. Me too. Oh yeah, German tickets are crazy cheap, aren't they? I assume we have some Germans in chat that can tell us, but I mean, isn't most tickets outside of England are pretty reasonable for the most part. Oh my god, what a game. How did we win that? Ferencváros just got mugged off massively there. 7-3. £51 in the championship is insane. You'd expect that. I would want Shahid Khan to like quite literally carry me up the stairs at that point. Get training. I mean, I think that the meme is basically that it's cheaper for a lot of English fans to fly to the continent to watch a game in the top flight of one of the major European leagues, and then to have like hotel and dinner and then fly back, than it is to just get the train to a game in England. Beng Sword is quite good. 19 goals this season. He's basically the next Haris Živkovic. If you look at his attributes and the way he's developing at the age of just 25, he's the next player of that kind of quality. He's got 26 this season, which is a very good amount. Oh, what's Viking got for us? A couple of guys. Okay. You take those. I'm actually amazed at how well my back's held up today. It's starting to hurt a little bit now, but I also haven't taken any painkillers either, so... Yeah, Kekshkemet. Now, they're 8th place So they technically still will get Europe next season at this stage. 130, that's insane. So we're in the Champions League. The budgets are obviously massive. Well, that's if they upped our wage budget even more. They bloody have. Stop it. Although I'll start spending it. Well, the league rankings is the coefficient rankings. So yes, in answer to your question, yes. So the coefficient ranking is the ranking of the nation's leagues, basically. So the higher up the coefficient chart you are, the more points you get. Sorry, the more, well, that too. The more places you get. But also there's an extra place allocated every single year for the teams that finish in the top 2 on the year as well, which we have done more recently as well. Better flying, you're probably not wrong, no. Like, I was looking at flights to Malta. It's like 58 quid in February for a flight to Malta. That's going to be great. Bloody lovely time. Get a nice cheap Airbnb. Hopefully find and see if there's a Sirens game on. 100 That's insane. I wonder what that difference is compared to, like, English leagues. Food to spending got 5 from Spain. Yeah, probably. Oh, they absolutely are, Mason. But, like, I feel like you do have to base it on something, but the new system definitely is going to benefit those teams more, as you can see from how many teams England get in Europe now. 4 classified Bermuda. Jesus Christ. You watch out for those triangles. I'm telling you. For obvious reasons. Well, yeah. I mean, I hope Cayman does really well at Bayern. Like, it's cool to see English players going abroad. I think it should happen more, but it seems like it's starting to become a little bit more common. 23, I mean, I don't know if that's good or bad. I've never been to a League One game. As Fulham have never been... No. not since I've been watching, anyway. Give it a chance. We'll be back in League One at some point. Friendly against the under-19s. Oh, no, I can't, because it's that silly bollocks again. Where it lets you schedule a friendly, but then it doesn't let you schedule a friendly at the same time. Because they're actually playing the next day and it just doesn't tell you. Where's Fott? Where am I? Let's play against Tartars. Fott have genuinely just disappeared. Yeah, Bellingham seems to be smashing it around, which is really awesome as well. It's just cool to see him succeeding, right? Okay. Unspectacular start for Uipesh, mate. Wait, they've got another new manager. Oh, for God's sake. Oh, 20 games in. I was going to say. Wait, no, hang on. There's a new guy. Isn't it? Oh, no, that is the new guy. Domon Kostas-Vanyi. Yeah, he was the jury manager. Okay. I think he's just an insanely talented player. England have got some real quality coming through. So Janosch has got a different Janosch has now got his youth contract. Oh, what about Lechia? I feel like they used to produce some really good players on the other set. They've got a George in there, though. Robakidze. £70 return. You could fly to Norway for a tenner. Yeah, I know. Norway's super cheap. Like, I mean, I say that. When I flew to Norway, it did cost a lot, but that was because I got a direct flight from Gatwick to Tromsø. Whereas if you're just flying from, like, anywhere normal in the UK to Oslo, it's crazy cheap. But they just happened that there was a direct flight from Gatwick to Tromsø, so we took that, and that was about £230, I think, was my flight to Norway. Hamburg will host the final. Fulham will play in it. Oh, one of my favourite lines ever. Right. Loads of those. We don't care about that. What about the full team? They got anyone in there? They got Marcin Nutt. So, good for him, I suppose. Anyone else? Oh, still... If he's 55k, I might hang on. I like signing the cheap Brazilians. Is Bobby out of contract this summer? No, it's next year. Damn it, Bob. Come on. Also, Tromsø still killing it in the Eliteserien right now. Like, absolutely flying. I think they're third in the league currently, which is unbelievable. Cheaper to fly from Dublin than from Belfast, really? I mean, travel in this country is just kind of bizarre in general. I'm very glad I can drive. Because at least, obviously, petrol prices are still insane, but, like, it just most of the time, particularly if there's more than one of you in a car, it always seems cheaper than train travel for the most part. Which is just kind of... Yeah. Like, I remember when Pog would get her train down to Devon to see her parents sometimes. It was ridiculous prices. Although, that's not too bad. It's when you're travelling up north that it gets really nasty. Chat, it happened. It's happened. Hungary's latest star, Janosch, has spoken of his pride at winning his first cap for Hungary under Danny Cowley. He's done it. Janosch gets his first Hungary cap at the age of 17. And bearing in mind, this is the most important factor here, he hasn't even played a game for the under-23s or the under-19 squad. He's gone straight into the full national team for Hungary. What an absolute beast. I'll tell you what, his attributes are genuinely starting to really click now. Oh, I'm excited about him. 7 goals and 7 assists this season. What a man. I really want to see what this lad can do in his life. Right, let's go. Janosch button. Sure, I was watching that. Yeah, of course I was. Not in the stadium, obviously. I was watching on the sofa and screaming like a child when Simon Davis scored that goal. He's going to be starting to actually get into this conversation where we have to look at, like... He's still not starter, but if he keeps developing like this, by the time he's 19, 20, he's going to start rivaling these sort of guys pretty soon. I can feel it, basically. He's very, very good. And also, note how he's pretty much been even on both sides. Like, okay, slightly ineffective off the left, but he plays on both sides anyway. But his quality has been perfect on both. An upward arrow for tackling. Technically, tackling does slowly go up. You can sometimes see upwards of 1 attribute point move in tackling over a player's career. But no longer than that. Oh. Yeah, wage rise for him is fine. Wait, hang on. What? Did you just get a Dutch cap? Oh, God. That's a Belgium cap. No way. Belgium caps from the 2nd division. I'm a full of sport, yes. Blanco? Who do you even play for? Wait, you're Hungarian. Stop pretending. We've got one of them Basque Hungarians. Jon Ander Blanco. We need to find out what white... Oh my god, he's got a Norway cap. I mean, it shows that we've got quality. It's just like... Just as well they brought up for the wage budget there, didn't they? Today I feel Hungarian, innit? God, I thought Jon Ander Blanco got into the Hungary national team. He's really not very good. How long has he been on loan? 7 years. Jan Andras Blanco. I could see it now. Oh, perfection, my friends. Crazy. The fact that Rick van Beek's in the Dutch national team as well. He's fine, but he's not that good, is he? Either that or we're just that stacked with talent that we're just assuming these countries don't have the kind of quality that they actually do. Where's my button? So, that was pretty good today in terms of the success for our teams. That's about as good as we've had it up to now. And that means that on Sunday, we get the pleasure of playing Halidash, Giamot are playing against Benfica, and genuinely I think I have a chance to get through there. And we still have Kisvada and Honvéd in Europe. Bloody hell. I reckon we could get 23, maybe 23 points this year, just with all the teams that are still appearing in various competitions. Right, so who is online this afternoon? Oh, I know who we're going to do. We're going to go visit Big Manovich, but this time it's a different type of Big Manovich. It's Big Manovich on campus. Because I never get a chance to raid Chuck, and the fact that he's live while I'm streaming is dope. Oh, dear. No, they've done nothing like that, Mr. Enforcer. Nothing at all, basically. Like, not even a little bit. Yeah, cool. Thank you very much for the follow. So we're going to raid over to Chuck. If you are new to the content and you've just joined in today and you have enjoyed this, we don't always have so much success, but sometimes we do. Drop a follow. I really would appreciate that. Don't forget, chat, I put the new video out earlier. It seems to be smashing it so far, which is lovely. So do check that out if you haven't already. We changed the rules of football. What could possibly go wrong there? Just ask Barrow. They benefit from it a lot. So today was good vibes. My back isn't hurting too much. I'm going to take an aspirin and maybe lie down a little bit. I don't know why. It seems like it actually is slowly improving, which is very strange. But I'm not knocking it. I might even be able to relax and enjoy my chicken Kiev later. So I'll see you guys very soon. Hold your gun. Capybara. Let's go say hi to Big Manovich on campus. And I demand that you call him that. Let's go. Ask him his favourite flag. We haven't really chat for a while, you know? Let's go. See you soon. Bye-bye.